as you would that men should do to you, do you even so unto them, for this is the law and the prophets. That was written in another standard that we are familiar with. Jesus said that in the Sermon on the Mount. But when you look 2,000 or 3,000 years earlier than that, what Moses was involved with in Leviticus chapter 14 about the mode of mediation, it's been in there since almost the beginning of time and recorded religious history anyway. So this is a huge deal. And thankfully, I've got a proper background for this mold business in our cleaning. Of course, we're certified triple master cleaner at the ICRC, but that's a big deal. I'm also a certified rug specialist. We're the only certified rug specialist in the state of North Carolina. We wash the governor's rugs and all that stuff. No, they're not his rugs, dadgummit. They're the citizens. They belong to the citizens of North Carolina. So I'm taking care of. Hey, I'm taking care of your rugs out there. Don't worry about that. We're also certified water law specialists, one of about 125, 150 in the country of that. If you're gonna do a flood on water, you better know what you're doing. So, getting involved with the Restoration Industry Association, Pete Consigli and these guys who taught this class the way it ought to be done. I mean, that was tantamount to a college level thesis we had to present to get our certified water law specialist. That was just really very, very huge. And the same way it is to become a certified master rug cleaner and certified rug specialist, CRS. That was a huge, huge thing to do. And now to be involved with Normie is just another. It is said, birds of a feather flock together. And it's nice to be involved in a group like Normie that takes things to the highest level possible, and I'm very, very thankful for that. Yes, sir.
You know, I like to I bring it down to a very, very simple level when I talk with people and we start talking about, you know, how things work and everything like that. And to me, the basic philosophy is, and I've said this before on many trainings that I've been to, we try to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. It's that simple. You know, you don't have to go any further than that. I mean, you can't set a higher bar, and you know, it's something that's practical and understandable to almost everybody out there.
And thankfully, the courses that you and I have been through weed out the folks who are not living by that standard.
Yeah.
And any schmaltz, any bedwetter can go out and take a course. We know that, but they're not going to stick with it to the end, to where the results that they're looking for is a cleaner rug, a healthier environment, a more responsible way to treat. We're not just fogging something in somebody's dadgum house. No, we're really getting it clean the way it ought to be clean, and documenting it and proving it with our field tests and third-party confirmation of verification of what we're doing. Yes, sir.
Well, there you go, back to the do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, and the results speak for themselves. They really do. I'm going to put you on the spot now. Sorry about that. All right. And I know you've kind of alluded to it, but if you were going to sum up what really you like about Normie, and you know, if you were going to tell somebody about us, where do you think you would go with that?
Well, as I mentioned a while ago, the people are number one. You've got to trust somebody. You don't trust a book unless it's a Bible or something. But you don't. And even the Bible says that its purpose is to reflect what Jesus did on earth. So the same way it is with Normie. You guys, man, are from the ladies that answered the phone call all the way to Mr. Hoffman. That's what's so impressive. Not only that, but you base your course material on standards that have already been in place. And it's no secret that whenever you teach a course, you show up there on your screen the IICRC S520 standard for professional mold remediation, for example. You don't try to appear to people that you It's y'all's idea. You're the first one to come up with it. No, no, no. You know that you're a part, as the poet said, I'm a part of all that I have met, yet all experiences and arts where through gleams that untraveled world whose margin or whose horizon fades forever and forever as I move. Uh, long, I'll think of who did that in just a second. It's a 17th century poet. But you realize that you're a part of a long chain. You're handling, the baton has already been passed and is handing off to other people like you and me. And we cannot drop it because so many people's lives, so many people's well-being, and even our companies depend on it. And for crying out, our reputation. And the thing that has been my greatest asset in life is been that I know how to pick my in-laws properly. A lot of people get stuck with bad mothers and fathers-in-law, but my daddy and my father-in-law was the finest real estate agent in Northwest South Carolina. And my mother-in-law ran a credit bureau up there in Easley, South Carolina. And Dad never, ever said, is this the best you can do, Robert? You've got a master's degree. Is this the best you can do? No, no, no. He would come in and he would say, whatever you're doing, let's just be the best at it. And from my mother and father-in-law, it's been that way. And to be a part of an organization like that is like normally that is consistent with my values is really, really huge to me, because I don't have to wonder about some schmuck trying to tell me something that's not right, or some bedwetter lead me into down some road that's not going to lead to anything. No, that's why I like Normie.
Okay. Again, we have to work on your blood pressure. You're getting all passionate about this, which is great. I really,
as Cheech and Chong says, this is a big dope deal. And my neighbor across the street was their lawyer, so he was busy for a long time. So
there you have it.
And, yes, sir. But these are big deals, and we've got for crying out loud, people's lives and their future children depend on what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, you know,
I was just at a lady's house, a dear friend of mine outside of St. Louis the other day. We have an Instascope machine, and of course we've been trained by you guys how to assess a building indoor air quality, and being able to go in there and know that when we leave and after we prescribe what needs to happen, that they're going to be living in a nice, clean, healthy home. And that is really important to me.
Yes, it is.
What? You see, I gave a talk to a bunch of real estate agents the other day. About 200 were on a call. My dear friend up here, Brian Pate, allowed me to address. He teaches all the real estate people in North Carolina, and I got on there and I told him that a clean air, a clean and healthy environment is the new view. They used to be able to stick you out when you're buying a house. They take you to the window and look out there. Just imagine your kids playing. Just imagine the garden growing and all that. No. The important thing now is just imagine you living in your sanctuary, where you can go home and take the mean old nasty dirty things that you've come in contact with in your life during the course of that day and come to your sanctuary and heal and get better. My friend Jeff Jones in Oklahoma City says that when we get stronger, not while we're lifting weights, but while we're asleep at night and our body's rebuilding itself. Well, that's why, as you guys say in your class, that we breathe 3,000 gallons of air every day. I mean,
20,000 breaths is the average.
God, exactly right. So we're focused a lot on urine. So how many times do you urinate during a day? 9 or 10, maybe? And so how much water do you drink? I don't know. But you breathe in and out 20 to 23,000 times a day. Far, far, far more important. Yes, sir. So
Doug has an expression he uses for that. He says, you either have a good filter or you are one.
That's
and it
pretty
makes
good.
and it makes sense. You know, Robert, I've really been enjoying this, and I'm sure that our members are too. I would love to have you back as a follow-up. You know, maybe get a little bit more into the infection control side and everything in another interview. If that would be okay with you.
Oh my goodness, yes, I got a lot of cool things to say about that. The coolest is the primacy of cleaning. We go in there with spraying this stuff and want to decontaminate everything in the world. But no, if you clean it properly first, you are way ahead of the game. And isn't that what our mamas and daddies taught us to do a long, long time ago?
Yeah.
And isn't it what, I'm going to show you this thing here. Isn't it what Doug tells in this book right here?
Yeah.
You keep it clean and dry. This is one of the most pivotal books, I think. I know it's kind of fuzzy. I don't know.
That's okay.
It's this mold-free construction 2.0 to the title of it. Everybody in the nation ought to own that copy, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
And well, they ought to be connected to you somehow, by George, to get your New Jersey influence. Because if you do what a guy from New Jersey says, you're okay.
I had a call from somebody in New Jersey today too, speaking to me. So it was kind of interesting. You know, he thought I was from down south originally. I said, really? With my lack of accent? Yeah. Okay. So,
but listen, Lance, y'all got the best tomatoes and the best corn on the cob anywhere in the country up yonder in New Jersey.
Yes, we do.
Man,
hey, it's the Garden State. That's what they call it.
That's true. It's not all Patterson and Passaic.
No, of course, it was also 9 degrees out yesterday morning, but we'll go beyond that. But hey, Robert, I really appreciate you spending the time here with us. And I definitely want to get you back so we can talk more about the infectious disease control side. And
there's so much more to talk about. Yes, sir. And what an honor to spend some time with you. You ask good questions, by the way. You're like a doctor or something. I thought I was going through a physical or something. You're really good.
Well, wait till next time.
Oops. Okay.
Robert Pettyjohn, thank you very much for being here with us.
Okay, dear friend, it's an honor. Thank you, my friend.
Hurricanes. If you didn't know any differently, they'd seem at the beginning like any other storm. And that's the deceptive part. The devastation, the flooding, the loss of life, the imprint of the loss of heartfelt memories, all occur after the storm has passed.
The latest technology gives us the opportunity to be prepared way in advance of impending danger, and yet we wait. Or worse yet, we decide to stay. We risk so much when the effects of these devastating events could be so easily diminished if we had only listened. As the storm approaches, it very quickly becomes too late to gather the important possessions and memories, too late to batten down the hatches, too late to protect our property or sometimes our very lives. With the aftermath of Katrina, I can assure you I have changed my game plan for the next Katrina, and I hope you have or will change yours. My name is Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. We train mold professionals to assess, evaluate, and solve the problems associated with water events, both major and minor, as those events result in mold damage to property, and in conjunction with the NORMI Pro Environmental Task Force are ready to help when disaster hits. Check our resources at normie.org and normieproetf.org for current ways you can help yourself and others when disaster hits. Sometimes an event is so horrific that it results in massive flooding and wind damage. We lived through Hurricane Katrina right here in Louisiana and have been privileged to help hundreds, maybe thousands of Katrina victims rebuild their lives after one of the most devastating natural events ever to hit the Gulf coasts of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. We learned some very important lessons, and we're hoping this short video will help you prepare for the next major event that may hit your community. With thermal imaging and from a satellite, the images are staggeringly beautiful, but closer to Earth, in the midst of the rampage, frightening doesn't begin to tell the story. Being prepared for what might be coming and then managing the recovery will help you keep your mind on the important task ahead. The unpredictable nature of the season simply requires it. The dates of the North American hurricane season span from June 1st to November 30th. By no means will these dates prevent the forming or sustaining of a tropical event in the Gulf of Mexico, the Atlantic Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, or the Pacific, but these dates are a guide or a timeline based on previous storms over the last century. Dropping your guard or dismissing weather events outside of these dates could result in being caught off guard for an approaching storm. But these dates, in particular, are a time to be specially aware of the news and weather reports. 26 named storms churned in the Atlantic in 2005, and many of them hit land. Following their paths shows the unpredictable nature of nature. Because of the fickle nature and path of many tropical storms, a large part of the general population hesitates or fails to take precautions until the last minute. In the year 2005, an unprecedented number of named storms developed in the eastern and Gulf Coast, exceeding even the English alphabet, and many of those storms made landfall. And when that occurs, especially in densely populated areas, the results are mass evacuations, highway gridlock, and supply shortages. In simple terms, everyone that waited until the last minute is scrambling to prepare or leave. The following information is provided as part of the Community Awareness Program, CAP, from NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. Additional CAP programs can be found at normie.org or at flood.normie.org and include realtors awareness, first responders awareness, and other information targeted to specific groups. These are presented in an effort to fulfill our mission and fill a void in accurate and timely trainings. How often have you seen news reports about the long lines at hardware stores where residents of areas prone to tropical events are waiting in lines for hours to purchase plywood or other needed supplies? The general rule of thumb is if you find yourself in this situation, waiting in line to take your turn, you may have waited too long. Our goal at NORMI is to provide you with general preparation and safety information for your time before, during, and after the event. Let's get started, and please feel free to take notes or revisit this video often. Sometimes a reminder can be very timely. So let's get started. Plan to be prepared before the event. Know how and where to get emergency information from your local emergency management offices. Follow instructions for evacuations if you are advised to leave, and leave. Understand that if you do not evacuate or find yourself in a situation where you need emergency assistance during the event, you may be on your own until the event has passed. Emergency services will also be stretched beyond normal capacity, and assistance may be days or weeks away. Remember that people that choose not to evacuate when instructed to do so are either victims or survivors. Neither title is as a result of good planning. When you do evacuate, if you have carefully planned your evacuation route well in advance of the evacuation and you know where you will be staying, life will be much easier while you are displaced. So if you are not prepared to fend for yourself for an extended period of time, consider relocating prior to the event. If you have the time, tidy up the house, wash and put away the dishes, clean the coffee pot. When you return, you'll feel better about this kind of detailed planning in advance and appreciate the preparation you've made for your return. And of course, traveling during the event is not advisable in most cases. Some of the following information are recommendations from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And they suggest, before the storm, make plans to secure your property. Permanent storm shutters offer the best protection for windows. A second option is to board up those windows with 5/8 marine plywood, cut to fit and ready to install. Tape does not prevent windows from breaking. Install straps or additional clips to securely fasten your roof to the frame structure. This will reduce roof damage. Be sure trees and shrubs around your home are well trimmed. Charge your cellular phone and refill your meds. Clear the gutters and downspouts of any extra debris that could become airborne. Secure your boat. Consider a safe room, a place where you will not be hurt by broken glass or structural damage. Take your outdoor furniture and put it indoors. Get evacuation information, which is readily available, and get a local shelters list. Where can you go if you need to? If you can't get out quickly enough or you get stranded because of traffic, where can you go? In regards to evacuation guidelines, there are really just two categories: what you should always do and what you could do if time permits. As my dad used to say, if you prepare for time to permit, it will. This list gives you these two priorities to consider. Always keep a full tank of gas in your car if an evacuation seems likely. Gas stations may be closed during emergencies and unable to pump gas during power outages. Plan to take one car per family to reduce congestion and delay. If time permits, gather disaster supplies and put them in a kit stored in your home. Always make transportation arrangements with friends or local government if you do not own a car. If time permits, make sure you've got sturdy shoes and clothing that provide some protection, such as long pants, long-sleeved shirts, and a cap. Always listen to battery-operated radio and follow local evacuation instructions. And if time permits, let others know where you're going. Always gather your family and go if you are instructed to evacuate immediately. Knowing your family is safe will give you a great peace of mind during the uncertainty of the events that might follow the storm. If time permits, secure your home. Close and lock the doors and windows. Unplug electrical equipment such as radios and televisions and small appliances such as toasters, microwaves. Leave freezers and refrigerators plugged in, or if time permits, empty them so that there'll be no risk of damage being done to those freezers or refrigerators. You should take some precautions on your way out. Leave early enough to avoid being trapped by severe weather. Plan to then follow recommended evacuation routes. Do not take shortcuts. They may be blocked. Be alert for washed out roads and bridges. Do not drive into flooded areas. And stay away from downed power lines. And of course the question always arises, when should we evacuate? Well, you should evacuate under the following conditions. First, if you are directed by local authorities to do so, be sure to follow their instructions. If you live in a mobile home or temporary structure, Such shelters are particularly hazardous during hurricanes, no matter how well fastened they may be to the ground. A Cat 4 hurricane can remove the entire roof of a commercial structure, so what do you think it could do to something as light as a mobile home? And of course, you've always got the added concern of tornadoes. If you live in a high-rise building, you should evacuate. Hurricane winds are stronger at higher elevations, so your safety might be jeopardized if you decide to stay. If you live on the coast or on a floodplain, near a river, or on an inland waterway, flooding might be the biggest concern because a storm surge of some kind always precedes a hurricane. The Gulf Coast of Louisiana and Mississippi experienced anywhere from 15 to 40-foot surges, enough to totally wipe out the coastline for several miles back into the non-water frontland. If you feel you're in danger, you should leave. And if you have health issues that might need emergency or regular attention, you should go to a place where your concerns can be addressed readily. So what if you decide to stay? Well, you definitely want to listen to the radio or TV for information, so be sure to have plenty of batteries for both. Secure your home. Close the storm shutters, secure outdoor objects, and bring them indoors. Turn off the utilities, if instructed to do so. Otherwise, turn the refrigerator thermostat to the coldest setting and keep the doors closed. This will ensure the preservation of frozen foods for some time following the storm should power not be restored for a long period of time. Well, frozen foods could last for a couple of days in the freezer even without power. Turn off propane tanks. Avoid using the phone except for serious emergencies. Moor your boat if time permits. And store a supply of water for sanitary purposes such as cleaning and flushing toilets. Did you know that a toilet will flush simply by filling it with a gallon of water? After thoroughly cleaning it out, fill the bathtub and other large containers with water. If you're unable to evacuate, have you considered the possibility of creating a safe room? If you don't have one, follow these simple guidelines. Make sure that you stay indoors during the hurricane and away from windows and glass doors. Close all the interior doors besides securing and bracing exterior doors. Keep curtains and blinds closed. Don't be fooled if there is a lull. It could be the eye of the storm, and the high winds could pick up again. If necessary for your own safety or that of your family, take refuge in a small interior room, closet, or hallway on the lowest level, but where flooding won't be a concern. And if you sense tornadic activity, which often accompanies a hurricane, lie on the floor under a table or another sturdy object. We have incredible technologies that give us advanced warning, tell us the intensity of what we might be facing, and track the storm from its inception to its end. What makes us think we can weather the storm? But we often try. The following are the basic emergency kits and supplies recommended by FEMA. Basic disaster supplies should be stocked in preparation for what may occur during and after a flood, hurricane, or other water event. Let's take a moment to simply list the 6 basic items, and then we'll talk about each one of them in a little bit of detail. This checklist will serve as a great starting place to be sure you are prepared. There are 6 basics you should stock in your home: water, food, first aid supplies, clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies, tools, and specialty items. And keep the items that you would most likely need during an evacuation in an easy-to-carry container. Possible containers could include a large covered trash container, or a camping backpack, or even a duffel bag. First, water. How much water do I need? You should have at least a 3-day supply of water, and you should store at least 1 gallon of water per person per day. A normally active person needs at least 1/2 gallon of water daily just for drinking. Additionally, in determining adequate quantities, take the following into account. Individual needs vary depending on age, physical condition, activity, diet, and climate. Children, nursing mothers, and ill people need more water. Very hot temperatures can double the amount of water needed, and a medical emergency might require additional water. How should I store water? Well, to prepare safest and the most reliable emergency supply of water, it's recommended that you purchase commercially bottled water. Keep that bottled water in its original container and don't open it unless you need to use it. Observe any expiration or use by date. If you're preparing your own containers of water, it's recommended that you purchase food-grade water storage containers from surplus or camping supply stores to use for water storage. Before filling with water, thoroughly clean the containers with dishwashing soap and water and rinse completely so there is no residual soap. Follow the directions below on filling the container with water. If you choose to use your storage containers, choose 2-liter plastic soft drink bottles. Not plastic jugs or cardboard containers that have had milk or fruit juice in them. Milk protein and fruit sugars cannot be adequately removed from these containers and provide an environment for bacterial growth when water is stored in them. Cardboard containers also leak easily and are not designed for long-term storage of liquids. Also, don't use glass containers because they can break and they're heavy. If you're storing water in plastic soda bottles, follow these steps. Thoroughly clean the bottles with dishwashing soap and water. Rinse completely so there's no residual soap. Then sanitize those bottles by adding a solution of 1 teaspoon of non-scented liquid household chlorine bleach to a quart of water. Swish the sanitizing solution in the bottle so that it touches all surfaces, and then after sanitizing the bottle, thoroughly rinse out the sanitizing solution with clean water. Then you're ready to fill the bottles with water and seal them. Food. However you do it, you need a checklist. Put it in a magnetic clipboard attached to the side of your refrigerator, a post-it note on the inside of a kitchen cabinet, on your PDA or your phone app. But make a list now while you're calm and in your right mind. And remember these important points. Store at least a 3-day supply of non-perishable food. Select foods that require no refrigeration, preparation, or cooking, and little or no water. If you must heat food, pack a can of Sterno and matches. Select food items that are compact and lightweight. Avoid foods that will make you thirsty. Choose salt-free crackers, whole grain cereals, and canned foods with high liquid content. Be sure to include a manual can opener. That might come in very handy. And include a selection of the following foods in your disaster supply kit and put them in a waterproof container. Foods like ready-to-eat meats, fruits, and vegetables, canned fruits, juices, milk, soup, staples like sugar, salt, and pepper, high-energy foods like peanut butter, jelly, crackers, granola bars, trail mix, vitamins and minerals, foods for infants, the elderly, or special dietary needs. And don't forget comfort stress foods like cookies, hard candy, sweetened cereals, instant tea, or coffee. First aid supplies. First aid kits can be purchased, but some people prefer to make their own. So we've listed here 18 things that should be included so you could supplement a pre-packaged kit or develop your own. You'll need to decide which items you would want to include or exclude based on budget restraints, but even the seemingly least needed item could become extremely important in a life or death situation. Take the time to study this list, and we've provided a printable copy of this list as a resource at hurricane.normie.org website for your review. And a medical kit, again stored for safekeeping, could include the following items: aspirin or non-aspirin pain relievers, anti-diarrhea medication, an antacid for upset stomach, syrup of ipecac to induce vomiting if advised by the Poison Control Center, possibly a laxative, and maybe an activated charcoal, again for use if advised by the Poison Control Center. Emergency and safety items might also include these items, which would be safely stored but probably not in the same box with the first aid kit. Gas cans, ice chest or two, disposable cups, plates, eating utensils, and paper towels, black trash bags, vinyl gloves, maybe moistened cleaning towelettes. Again, having these items far in advance of an impending storm is simply the best way to avoid having to find them in an emergency and when you might be in panic mode. And by all means, take the time to contact your local American Red Cross chapter to obtain a free basic first aid manual. Clothing, bedding, and sanitation supplies are extremely important, and especially if you live in a cold climate, you've got to think about warmth because it's possible that you would not have heat. So include at least one complete change of clothing and footwear per person. A light jacket or coat, long pants, a long sleeve shirt, sturdy shoes or work boots, and of course waterproof would be preferred. Hat, gloves, and scarf, rain gear, thermal underwear, blankets or sleeping bags, and sunglasses. And on the sanitation side, don't forget the toilet paper, soap, liquid detergent, feminine supplies, personal hygiene items, plastic garbage bags with ties for personal sanitization use, plastic bucket with a tight lid, and disinfectant. Maybe even a little bit of household bleach for sanitization. Next on our list is tools, and there are a lot of tools that people don't think about needing until they need them. Mess kits or paper cups, plates, and plastic utensils. An emergency preparedness manual, and there's some good ones out there. Portable battery-operated radio or television and extra batteries. Flashlights and extra batteries. Cash or traveler's checks and some change. Non-electric can opener, a utility knife. Fire extinguisher, small canister, ABC type. A tube tent. Pliers. Tape. Compass. Matches in a waterproof container, aluminum foil, plastic storage containers, rabbit ears for your TV, signal flare, paper, pencil, needles, thread, a medicine dropper, a shut-off wrench to turn off household gas and water, a whistle, an axe, plastic sheeting, and a map of the area for locating shelters. And finally, specialty items. Remember family members with special needs such as infants and elderly or disabled persons. For baby, formula, diapers and wipes, baby food, bottles, powdered milk, pacifiers, and maybe medications. And don't forget the adults. Heart and high blood pressure medication, insulin, prescription drugs, denture needs, contact lenses and supplies, extra eyeglasses, hearing aid batteries. That's a lot of stuff to remember. And you can make this a special project, taking the important family documents and putting them together in a place where they're safe, photocopies of credit and identification cards, maybe in a Ziploc bag, plastic container, but you want to keep these records in a waterproof, portable container, your will and insurance policies, contracts, deeds, stocks, and bonds, photo IDs, passports, Social Security cards, immunization records, bank account numbers, credit card account numbers and companies, inventory of valuable household goods or important telephone numbers, family records like birth and marriage and death certificates, your checkbook, cash and coins, and then of course some entertainment, games, and books that you might need while you're away. So, what's the target? The goal? The goal during a tropical event is to not need the items and procedures that we discussed in this presentation. However, being prepared is a good alternative and may make the difference between being a victim and being a survivor. On a personal note, from those who have been there, during the aftermath of Katrina, many suffered intense wind damage with trees through their roof and rain pouring through. Your prized possessions, though not as important as your very life, of course, should be taken with you. If you evacuate, and you can do so without compromising the essentials, take the things that are important with you. I want to personally thank you for taking the time to watch this video. It's our hope that you will never be in a situation where you will have to consider all the things we've discussed, but if you are, now you're prepared to be prepared and survive. For more information, go to normie.org or normieproetf.org or email us at support@normie.org. We're here to serve you. Thank you very much.
We hear about it in the news. It's an issue that we all want to be aware of. We need to be aware of it, especially in the cleaning industry. What are we talking about? Meth contamination in facilities. We know what happens. Today's episode is going to spotlight what we need to know right now in the cleaning industry. With me today is Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, the Senior Director of GBAC, and also Scott Vogel, the Chief Operations Officer with EmergiClean in New Jersey. And I'll say this before I let them talk. They have a lot of initials after their names. I don't have any, so I'll just ask the questions. So, Gavin, Scott, welcome.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. Thanks for having me.
Well, let's get right into this because we want to help the industry. Gavin, let's start with you. Why is meth contamination cleanup in facilities, that topic, so important for us?
It's back in the media, Jeff. Drug use in public spaces is everywhere. It happens, we know that. But more importantly, exposure to drug residues is a known risk for every cleaning professional. And I just wanted to highlight, Jeff, what's happened in the news this week. And again, I'm going to start off by saying this is not a problem in public libraries. It's a problem everywhere, in every space that we in the built environment. So in the news this week, the Englewood Public Library in Colorado was temporarily closed due to meth contamination after tests showed exhaust vents were contaminated with meth. Now, this is important, above the Colorado state threshold levels. So you might think, why was this library tested? Well, because another library in Boulder a few weeks ago, about 35 miles from Englewood, was recently closed due to meth contamination. Now, the tests that were done on January the 6th at Englewood Library were done as a proactive measure. The results showed the restrooms exceeded state thresholds for methamphetamine contamination, but there are other spaces in the library that reflected lower levels of contamination, but they were still contaminated with meth. And I just wanted to highlight for everyone, Jeff, but in 2021 and now 2022, in 2021 specifically, more people died in the US from drug-induced deaths. Most were overdoses from meth and fentanyl. And if you look closely at this data, yes, you see meth increased and there were more deaths in those cases where it's always been used, but it also appeared in other parts of the country where it was previously unheard of. So again, I want to emphasize, Jeff, it's not a problem just for libraries. It's a drug use is in public spaces everywhere. And this is a known hazard for every cleaning professional in the cleaning industry.
When someone goes to a library, you would think it's safe. Who would have thought that they would find this there? Other facilities as well. Scott, let's go to you. Those watching this might wonder, well, I can clean it up. I can go in and I'm a cleaning company. Do you need to be certified to clean this type of issue, meth contamination or other issues like this?
Well, the answer is kind of complicated. It's a yes and no. In the United States, there's currently no federal regulations regarding the cleanup. There's only instructions like support that the government has given us. So in 2007, the Meth Remediation Act was passed by Congress, and that empowered the EPA to put volunteer guidelines in place. Since that, a lot of states have adapted standards or some type of certification, but there's a lot of states lacking. And like what Gavin was mentioning before, it's become such a widespread event that the states that haven't created standards or certifications are really left behind. And in that document from the EPA that was released in 2013, what it says is if you don't have that state guideline or certification, then you have to resort back to the occupational health and safety for the 40-hour HAZWOPER, which is a hazardous waste and emergency preparedness and response. So we have to look at that as a whole. The certification is a lot more complicated because you have how you clean it up, and you also have the safety and health of your employees. So they come together, and really we've as an industry and well as the federal government, we have lacked on that standard completely.
Okay. I want to touch on processes here in a minute, but first, Gavin, set us up. Is this meth contamination issue a health risk for the cleaning industry?
I would state, in my personal belief, my expertise, Jeff, yes, it is. And I want to just highlight, again, it's a very highly addictive stimulant. If for those who don't know and don't want to know, but, meth can be ingested by smoking, snorting. Now you could swallow a pill or injection. But more importantly, for the cleaning industry, smoking meth releases several contaminants into the surrounding environment. Again, the most concerning one that we have for cleaning professionals is the meth vapor itself. Now, the National Institute on Drug Abuse states that when people are exposed to secondhand smoke, can test positive for meth afterward. But there's no specific number, Jeff, that identifies what is that unhealthy level of secondary meth exposure. We're talking about third-hand exposure. And that third-hand exposure comes from that meth vapor, that meth smoke that settles in, that's in the air, but also settles on surfaces. And so it's not a debate today about whether workers will have serious risk of health problems. It's the debate that what we're talking about right now is that smoking meth can contaminate the surfaces and air, and we know that it can persist for months to years. Now, we do know that research on the health impacts from touching a surface that has meth residue on it is lacking. We know that. But when that research is lacking, Jeff, we go to worker health reports. So people that have got sick at work, have gone to the doctor or the hospital, and we know from review of those worker health reports that we've seen skin and eye irritations. We know there's been cough or asthma-like symptoms. We know that those people get increased respiratory infections, sleep issues, changes in mood, they get headaches, and then they also have memory difficulties. So even though the research is lacking about whether the third hand actually happens, we believe it does, based on the health reports, the clinical reports. But more importantly, the National Institute on Drug Abuse also says that the health risks are more significant after prolonged or a long time exposure to meth contamination. So regardless, Jeff, of how unclear the science and policy is right now, that risk of meth exposure, that drug contamination in areas where cleaning professionals work every day is a known hazard. And really, we firmly believe that no one should be going to work without receiving education and training on a known hazard.
Okay, good information. Scott, in your previous comment, you talked about training and maybe some certification. So can we assume there are standards, procedures for cleaning spaces that are contaminated with drugs?
Well, as I mentioned before, the EPA has come out with that EPA volunteer guidelines for meth and fentanyl laboratory cleanups as well. And that was actually revised in 2021 because of the increase of fentanyl. Now, you do have some standards that are coming out. The IRCRC is coming out with the S900. So there is some sort of industry-related standards that are coming out. Most of your standards are related back into the cleanup and the results and the levels which are allowed, which are based on the state guidelines, which every state is completely different. And we have to look at that. There's no universal number. It is, one could be 0.1 micrograms compared to 1.5. So it really differs And that's why there's been no universal standard that came up, because everybody is indecisive on what that true number is and how to go about it.
Okay. Why don't you take a moment and just walk us through the process for cleaning meth contamination and validating cleanliness? I know you can't get into all the details, but big picture, before people jump into this, what should they know?
Well, like you said, I could be here for 48 hours
Yes.
just talking about how to clean it up. When we look at the processing and validation, I always recommend right off the bat a third-party laboratory for validation. Any type of testing and cleaning should be done on a third party. Just help your liability and anything, just to make sure, especially when we're dealing with meth or fentanyl and any illicit drug cleanup that we're dealing with. Now, when we go a little bit, people have to understand, when you look at the test results, take a sweet and low package, 1 gram of that. By the amounts of trace that some states require, spread that over 25 acres. And if one of that hits, then technically it's a positive. And we don't look at it that way. We think about it as just a small little area, but the results in some states require so detailed cleaning. If the process starts with HEPA vacuuming, ventilation, risk assessment, all of these are from start to finish. And each job will kind of decide a different way on how to attack it, as I would look at it. Are you dealing with a library? Are you dealing with a drug laboratory? Are you dealing with a school, a healthcare setting? Every type of situation will kind of lead you down its own path on the processes. And that's why I could be here for 48 hours. It's just a mere fact of starting off, it's essential that we really do that risk assessment. And then following, for example, the EPA guidelines. It's a really good package. They talk about HEPA clean, vacuuming, wipe down. They talk about all of that. And there are some third-party schools out there as well, like I said, the EPA volunteer guidelines that will give you guidance. But when it comes to the processing, really start and understand the beginning needs a risk assessment, and you need to know what you're going into. And then on back end, when it comes to validation, because what I talked about and how such a small level could make you fail, you have to have that validation from third party. And separating the cleaning from validation is essential when we deal with illicit drug cleanup from meth or any type of fentanyl, any other type of opioids.
Okay, well, I think I'm going to cancel my plans to get into the industry and do that kind of work. I'll leave that to you, expert Scott. Thank you for the details. Gavin, let's have you wrap up this episode and just talk about the big issues for the cleaning industry and what we need to know moving forward.
Yeah, totally agree with what Scott just said, Jeff. Again, let's focus back. Cleaning is about removing contaminants. Cleaning is based on science. Again, you and I have talked about this a lot, Jeff. What you can't see can hurt you. So it's not a matter of waiting for the document to be written or the policies there. It's the fact that this is a known risk right now. And when it's a known risk, again, I totally agree with what Scott said. We need standards for testing, we need standards for cleaning, and we need standards for validating. We need to ensure that everything that needs to be done, the processes, procedures, the equipment, the products in cleaning for health and safety when it comes to drug contamination is known. It's widely taught. It's widely educated. It should not be a secret, Jeff. You know, so much of what we do in the cleaning industry remains hidden. We've got to be more transparent. Everyone in the industry right now should be trained, educated on how to clean up for drug contamination. And I thoroughly believe that, because from the data that we've seen across the country, that risk is just about everywhere.
On today's program, this GBAC TV Industry Alert, I am pleased to welcome Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, the Senior Director of GBAC, the Division of ISSA. Gavin, you look healthy. How are you today?
Oh, Jeff, couldn't be better. It's spring and we're doing great.
Yes. Now, Gavin, I wonder if you're so healthy because you know how to use cleaning products appropriately.
Well, Jeff, what if I told you that I knew that 90% of the cleaning workers that we trained through our Cleaning for Health workshops last year could not recall one cleaning ingredient that was in the cleaning product they used.
I would say that's not too surprising, but here's the thing, Gavin. I think our cleaning professionals, they do their work, they know what they're doing. They might not think about those products, they trust the manufacturer, or they know the products work and they want simple. Tell us, I know you have an article coming up in a publication ISSA produces about this topic. Why is this important?
Because I think, Jeff, in the industry, the cleaning industry, when we learn something, when we have real data, real information, we just can't ignore it. We've got to act on it. And, Doug Hoffman, Dave Mora, Jim Manus, and myself, we ran 54 in-person Cleaning for Health workshops in 2023. We trained 893 essential cleaning professionals, and 90% or 804 workers could tell us the cleaning product they use. That's where that's really important. But they could not tell us, Jeff, the ingredients, the chemicals in those products. And that's a real big health and safety issue, but also an efficacy issue. What products, and due to their ingredients, work on what surfaces.
I agree with that. I'm looking at your article now that people will be soon reading. You talk about surfactants, solvents, builders, enzymes, biological additives. Sounds like a science class to me. So tell us what the cleaner should know about the products they're using and where to get that information.
That's a great question, Jeff, because, the use of cleaning products, not just by the industry, the cleaning professionals, but by everyone, it's ubiquitous. It's everywhere. Cleaning products work because they contain certain chemical ingredients. And the challenge we have is that we need to formalize our training, our programs, our education programs to at least ensure, and this is where we really want cleaning professionals to really understand why that we're calling them professionals, is because they know how the products work, they know what the ingredients do, and it's not just by looking at the label, the safety data sheet, it's by understanding that you're right, it's a little bit of chemistry, Jeff, but understanding how a solvent works, a surfactant, a builder, an enzyme, a chelate, or a preservative, why are they in the products that we use, why they're important, and how to use them safely and, again, clean for health.
So thinking about that, what actions do you want our viewers to take moving forward? What should they do? Wrap it up for us.
Well, really important, Jeff. We went through in our Clean for Health workshops, the 54 that we ran. We talked to people about the labels. We talked about the safety data sheets. We said, if I said to you, Jeff, this chemical is considered hazardous, what do? This product causes burns to eyes, skin, and mucous membranes. This product has to be used, and you need to ensure adequate ventilation. Or you need to use personal protective equipment, and it always says as required. Or maybe, for example, it's very toxic to aquatic life with long-lasting effects. All that needs to be understood. What are the actions we take when we know a little bit more knowledge than what we've got now on the cleaning ingredients we have in cleaning products? And then more importantly, Jeff, that critical next step, how to make informed choices. And that's where the ISSA has partnered with Penn State College of Medicine, with Dr. Rebecca Bascom, with the City of New York School of Medicine, Dr. Omrana Pashat-Razak, on a 2-year project on making safer choices, where we're going to develop a practical toolkit to ensure that we can increase the knowledge, the demand, and use of cleaning products, and so that people understand how the ingredients work, how to use them safely, how to use them effectively, but also how to talk about the ingredients we use in cleaning products as professionals.
August 2005. It'll be a memory etched into the minds of those of us who lived through and survived Hurricane Katrina and Rita. As devastating as the 150 miles per hour winds were, no one could imagine the inconceivable costs in terms of loss of human life and property that the failure of the levees caused when it flooded nearly 1/3 of the city of New Orleans. With over 275,000 homes lost on the Gulf Coast as a result of the hurricane, 10 times as many as any other natural disaster in U.S. history, the city of New Orleans continues to deal with the results of homes flooded to the rooftop, unparalleled mold infestation, and potential health issues for the residents who remained to salvage what they could. Information and misinformation has been mixed together, and vulnerable property owners have been faced with the daunting task of trying to sort out the truth. And so the lessons are clear. Prepare when you can for whatever flooding might occur, not only for the potential, but for the aftermath. And whether a natural disaster or the result of someone's mistake, anyone and everyone can suffer the devastating effects of flooding. My name's Doug Hoffman, and I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, the National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors. The information you're about to hear is designed to provide steps, guidance, and assistance for reacting to flood conditions in your structure. In most situations, a common reaction to a water flood event is to simply react and plan afterwards. Tunnel vision or over-focusing on the emergency can, at times, distract or omit safety concerns, and poor planning can leave you to fend for yourself after the storm is over. Caution and common sense should always be employed before any action takes place, and I hope this presentation will help you focus on the real issues both before the potential flood and consider the solutions available to you in the aftermath. Without a plan, the results of a water flood event will be worse than you've imagined, so there are several things I'm going to ask you to consider during these first few minutes we have together. The integrity of the structural systems may have been compromised depending on the nature and degree of the event. In all cases, if you are unsure of how to proceed or to create a safe environment to work in, contact a professional to assist you. A major concern in flooding situations are the utility services. Wet or submerged electrical devices, outlets, and wires can energize the area you're working in. The risk of electrical shock, burns, or even death must be eliminated before proceeding. This may require the power company to deactivate your service. And of course, natural gas and propane sources should also be protected, secured, or deactivated. This would include pilot lights, heat sources, and gas storage tanks. Depending on the severity of the water event, structural integrity should be considered in regards to the foundations. Foundation support could be weakened or damaged, allowing structural collapse. And with the utility and structural concerns addressed, the next major concern is the source of the water. Common sources of a water loss are as follows: a broken or leaking pipe from a drinkable water source, sewage or septic lines, groundwater, or a combination of those sources. And of course, you have to be concerned about the sewage and septic lines when you consider some of not only the sources, but the problems that could result after a flood. A general rule of thumb would be to consider any water that you would not drink as being contaminated. This would include water coming in contact with chemicals, human and animal waste, debris, and other unknowns. Protecting yourself is one of the important first steps post some water event. Exposing your skin, your eyes, your lungs, your nose, even your throat to contaminated water can create a wide range of health issues that may not appear for days after the exposure. I want to talk about personal protection equipment because that should be used while you're in the contaminated environment. Personal protection equipment can include a wide range of items, including boots, clothing, gloves, goggles, and even a mask. We recommend, under normal conditions, a N95 or dust mask that you can find pretty much anywhere. In some situations, the contamination levels are so high that you might even require a respirator. But each situation would require different types or combination of these types of protection. With safety and health concerns addressed, corrective action can then be taken. One of the most important things to consider with respect to corrective action is time. Time is your enemy. Once materials get wet or contaminated, damage and additional contamination growth is exponential. A clean water loss, if not corrected, can promote mold growth in as little as 24 to 48 hours. And contaminations due to sewage or unknown water sources will simply exacerbate the problem. Drying materials and surfaces in the least amount of time should be of the utmost urgency, and oftentimes power is not available, and so having a generator available will be a great source of power for some of the tools that you'll need to dry out the areas that have been flooded. Unfortunately, this may require removal and discarding of flooring materials, wallboard, and furniture. Many material and items can be salvaged depending on the contamination source, the time of exposure, the cost, treatment available, and resources. But a flood affecting a widespread area could reduce the available resources for that area. Not only do you not have electrical service, but you may not have access to floor fans or heaters or dehumidifiers or even an ozone machine that might help eliminate some of the potential contamination that you'll be dealing with after a flood. The following suggestions may not be appropriate in all situations. However, in all situations, safety must be the primary concern. Prior to or during a developing flood condition, remove any movable items, at least as many as you can, to higher ground and secure those locations if possible. Of course, the order in which those items should be removed is a personal decision, but things to consider are the cost of that item, the sentimental value, proximity to the flood, maybe the ability for it to be moved and the practicality of it. Removing items such as furniture and floor coverings prior to getting saturated will make the cleanup process, of course, much easier. Structural and decorative materials such as wallboard and carpeting are a major problem once they get wet. Most of these materials absorb moisture and can expand the damage beyond the water level. Wallboard and other materials such as pressboard or OSB-oriented strand board allow water to travel in an upward direction well above the water line. An example would be wallboard in as little as 1 inch of water can wick or draw moisture upward several feet. This also creates a problem inside the wall cavity which cannot be reached or cleaned. The rule of thumb is to remove the wallboard a foot to a foot and a half above the highest identified wet area of the wall. This will allow access for drying and cleaning building materials in the wall cavities. Up to this point, we've described different conditions, causes, and precautions. In the next section, we want to describe pre-planning and corrective measures. The preparation checklist. As mentioned earlier, safety is the most important issue to consider. You know, taking the important stuff with you is, of course, a great way to prepare for what may be coming. But what can you do to plan for the aftermath of the flooding? That must be considered too. Electrical and gas services must be secured before entering a flooded area. You know, as a side note, an improperly connected generator at a neighbor's home could energize service at your home even if the utility company has cut power in the area. This type of situation could cause an unknown and unexpected risk. With the utilities secured, standing and running water should also be avoided. The health effects from unknown contaminants against your skin is a concern in addition to the power of moving water. Did you know that just 6 inches of rushing water is capable of moving a parked vehicle? Losing your footing or being struck by debris, these are risks you need to consider. Assuming that the water is receding or the water source leak has been stopped, the next phase of the process can be started. Drying is one of the most important things you can do to reduce your loss. Contacting a remediation or drying company should be your first option. Pre-planning and contacting a restoration company before an imminent flood may place you on a response list if a wide area has been affected. Other options could include contacting the local fire department to have your basement or lower levels pumped out, renting pump equipment and generators prior to the flood while they're still available, and arranging for alternate lodging in the event your building becomes uninhabitable. Remember, the larger the area that's affected by the flood, the less resources will be available to you or your contractor. Here are a few internet resources for finding qualified contractors and some definitions we think you should know to protect yourself. NormiePro.com is a great resource for you to find certified mold assessors, inspectors, remediators, and other indoor air quality specialists, and you can find those certified contractors by your zip code. ServiceMagic.com is another great resource for construction contractors throughout the United States, and you can find them by the type of work they do and by your zip code. And then, of course, EnvironmentalExpert.com. To avoid being taken advantage of by a contractor during a flood emergency, understanding the following construction terms will be helpful. Licensed. In many parts of the country, having a license to do certain types of work is not necessarily a measure of that contractor's competency. Sometimes it simply means that they have government approval to work for a fee. Certified. Certification is often offered by certifying agencies, a specific organization that recognizes the skills, training, and the ability of the contractor who is certified. Being certified does not necessarily imply that the person certified is actually licensed to do the work. Insured. A contractor stating that they are insured is a pretty general term and could simply mean that they have auto insurance. Special types of insurance are required for specific types of work. For example, general liability insurance is not appropriate as coverage for mold remediation work. Qualified. A qualified contractor has been trained to perform certain types of work. However, they may not have the required insurances or licenses, or may not even be certified to do that work. The bottom line is that you need to understand the type of work that needs to be done, the capabilities of the contractor that you intend to hire, and then for your protection, have a written quote and description of the work to be performed. Make sure that the contractor that does the work is licensed by the municipality in which he's working, that he has the proper type of insurance, and request a certificate of insurance evidencing that specific type of insurance for the work he intends to do. And make sure that he's trained, either qualified or certified, to do the work for which you're hiring him. Keep in mind, using a contractor that's not appropriate for the work being performed may preclude you from any insurance claim, and you may give up your legal protection. If you cannot obtain a contractor, your only option may be to do the work yourself. With the decision to do the work on your own, we must stress that safety must be the main focus of your efforts to clean up after a flood. So let's talk about doing it yourself. While working in a safe environment, using the proper protective tools and equipment, water removal becomes the main priority. Pumps for pooling water and wet-dry vacs provide a good start to remove the majority of water. Rugs and carpeting and padding, if saturated or contaminated by an unknown water source, should be removed to allow drying of the subflooring. Sheetrock or wallboard materials and insulation that have been submerged should be removed 12 to 18 inches above the highest wet area. As a hint, removing 4 feet of wallboard is easier to replace with a 4 foot by 8 foot sheet of material. It's easier to do that than to try to cut and fit in smaller pieces. Once the bulk of wet materials have been removed, air movement and turning on your air conditioner, if the power is available, should be provided. And this would include running the HVAC, heat or forced air systems, using dehumidifiers and fans to increase air movement, and applying sanitizers like ozone machines to help prevent mold and bacteria growth. Sanitizers are extremely important when dealing with sewage and water from unknown sources. Heat drying systems can also be used by trained professionals to dry the environment. However, improper use could result in fire or permanent damage to materials by drying them too quickly. Remember that the drying process may take several days to more than a week, depending on the extent of the exposure. Secondary or collateral damage may start to occur in that time. Mold and other microbial growth may start to appear on surfaces exposed to moisture or elevated humidity levels. And if you have a situation where you start to have large areas of microbial growth, the drying process in most cases was not done adequately or fast enough. There is available at enviroscreening.com, for instance, do-it-yourself testing kits to find out if the mold that's been growing in your environment is the type of mold that might need to be removed or dealt with differently than common molds. In this case, it's recommended that you seek the assistance of a professional mold inspector, a qualified sampling technician, or a remediator. Health concerns become additionally critical as the environment conditions deteriorate. In regards to mold licensing laws, there are currently only 4 states that have mold licensing laws in place. Texas and Louisiana, of course, have their mold licensing laws in place. Florida has their licensing law in place, but it doesn't go into effect until 2010. And then just this year, the state of Maryland put in place their mold licensing law. The important thing is that you check the qualification of the indoor air quality specialist or the mold inspector or the mold remediator or assessor in your state to make sure that they are licensed, certified, and insured before they begin any work. Let's talk about some common misconceptions and myths pertaining to flood and mold and indoor air quality. Oh, bleach kills mold. How many times have you heard that? Well, bleach is an effective sanitizer, but in many cases it will not sanitize or remove mold at its root. It will bleach out the color, of course, so that it goes clear, giving the appearance that the problem's been removed, but it cannot, in many cases, get down into the microflora and destroy the mold at its root. Oh, just get rid of the water. Everything will be fine. Well, that's not always enough to protect your property. Most of the affected materials do have the ability to retain moisture, and elevated moisture levels are the main cause of much of the residual damage from flooding. Well, lots of air fresheners, that'll help. Well, that's not true. In actuality, most air fresheners only attempt to mask the odors. The odors are an indication that moisture, contamination, or growth still exist. And the chemicals in those fresheners can also be a source of indoor air quality contamination. Well, your insurance company is going to take care of the problem. Don't worry about it. Well, of course, insurance companies are not always quick to respond because of the heavy workloads, the emergency claims that bog things down and delay payments. Many homeowner insurance policies have exclusions that limit or exempt the insurance company from paying a claim. An example would be a claim to an insurance company for water damage from, say, groundwater intrusion. In most cases, the claim could not be covered unless you had flood insurance and the area that you're in was declared a disaster area by some government agency. A similar situation may occur with mold damage, and the water damage in the home may be covered by the insurance company, but the mold damage as the result of the water would not be covered. Here are several resources that may provide you with some additional assistance. Of course, the FEMA and the EPA government websites are good resources for more information about how to contact those agencies in an emergency. And also at the normie.org website, we've located a lot of resources for you, articles in regards to antimicrobials, information about mold screening kits, and other things that we feel will be helpful to you. We highly recommend that you seek professional assistance when dealing with a flood, mold, or indoor air quality issue. And please remember that the information that we have been providing to you is really for your information and not intended to replace professional training and assistance. I want to personally thank you for taking the time to listen to this overview. I am hoping that you will benefit from the resources we've made available to you, but also from the training that we offer industry professionals to help you through the process of getting things back to normal. It's my hope that you will never be faced with the issues we've discussed, but if you are, you will now be better prepared. Thank you.
Good afternoon, or morning, I guess. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm sure that Bo told you when we created Normie in 2004, one of the interesting things was what we created it primarily for the Louisiana licensing law. And the Louisiana licensing law was the first law to go into effect for mold remediators in the country. So it was the first licensing law, and then what happened in 2005? Katrina. And so we were right there able to help, I think, a lot of people with some of the issues that were of a concern to us. I'm not sure if he talked about the difference between the IICRC and us, but they come from the business more from we're not competitors, by the way. As you know, if you're an IICRC person, you get continuing education credits off of this class. So we work together. We just look at the industry differently. They come from the water restoration side of the business. We come from the building side of the business. And one of the reasons why we do that is not just my background with my licensing, but the main reason we do that is because we try to look at the house and the problem that they're experiencing in terms of a mold issue as a holistic kind of problem, not just fix this problem and everything is great, but think in terms of how we can actually improve their indoor air quality. So when I was moved to New Orleans in 2002, I was actually doing some of the things that you guys are doing now and some of the things that we would recommend that you do in terms of ongoing IAQ management, which is what we call our sanitization protocol. How you create an environment in which mold won't grow. And that was really based on my book, Mold-Free Construction, which you have access to if you have the Normie app. We do have an audio version there, so you can just listen to it. Might put you to sleep, but you can listen to it if you like, because it's on iTunes and on Audible as an audio book. But the sanitization protocol really does improve people's indoor environments, so you have the ability to do that. And I just want to tell you about somebody that I met when I was in New Orleans. I was doing some trade shows, and a radio program, and I got a call from a lady. Her name was Laura DeRocher, and she had 4 children. And her youngest child, who was 8, had some very severe sinus issues. In fact, as she was talking to me, she had, of all 4 of her children, the other 3 had constantly been to the allergist every month. Think about that for a second. Every month for years, they had been to this allergy doctor. And she had found some mold up in the kitchen area over one of the cabinets, and she was concerned about how that might be affecting their kids, because she heard me on the radio and she knew that mold was an indoor air quality problem. She'd never really thought about that before. It's mold, how could it affect my children's health? But she was putting two and two together. She was saying, maybe there is a problem here with this mold that I'm seeing. So I went out there and I did the assessment. It took the sanitization protocol. It was not the amount of mold or the type of mold, or there wasn't a moisture problem that actually was causing the mold. It was actually a HVAC problem with the relative humidity. So we did the sanitization protocol, put it in place just like you see it today, exactly the same protocol. And she was really excited because in about a week she was feeling better. Her kids seemed to be feeling better. She wasn't sure. But the interesting thing that she told me when I was there visiting her was that her little child, the one that was just a few months old, they had scheduled that baby for surgery, sinus surgery. And she said, we've decided to kind of put it off because things seem to be going better. We'll see how this goes. Well, interesting story to kind of shorten everything up. About a year and a half later, maybe 2 years later, I got a call from her and she said, I got to tell you an interesting story. She said, first of all, I got a phone call from my pediatric physician, the allergist. He was concerned that we had switched doctors because I haven't taken my kids to the allergist in almost a year. We decided not to do surgery for the baby, and the baby is doing great. Now, a couple of years old, doesn't seem to have any allergies to the environment and what's going on. She said, I think you really solved a bigger problem than you maybe think you solved. The reason I'm telling you that story is because we hear that story over and over and over and over again. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but we hear that story over and over and over again. You are in a very, very important industry. You may not realize it, but one of the reasons why it's regulated is because you're dealing with people's health. The health of your employees, the health of your clients. That's what you're dealing with. And rather than thinking about just being a mold assessor or just being a mold remediator, as Mo's probably told you, we want you to think in terms of being an indoor air quality professional, because that's really what you're doing. I'm sure Mo told you already that when you start cleaning up mold problems in an environment, it's almost like a surrogate of other things that are going on in the environment. If you're reducing the mold, you're also reducing some of the other contaminants, the bacteria, the viruses, the particulates, some of the other stuff that's going on in the environment. So you can make a gigantic change to the environment. So our goal is for you to really think in terms of becoming an indoor air quality professional. And this is really the first step. If you haven't thought about that before, this is really the first step in that direction. And I'll tell you the other thing it'll do for you. I've been in business a very long time. I used to tell people I was unemployed in the construction industry. Been in business a really long time. And what you want is you want an edge in the market that makes you different from everybody else. And it's not about price, let me tell you.
So I'm going to start tonight with my good friend and colleague, Larry Cooper. It's been a long time since we've had him in the room, but we have him in the room tonight, not because of the experience, obviously, but we have him in the room tonight because we have a big announcement we want to make. I actually shared this with a couple of people, so it's not new for everybody, but this is a big deal. And I'm really excited that you're here so we can talk about something fun that we're going to be able to do together. And so I'm going to let you just talk about it.
You know, I get to have a lot of fun in this, whatever this retirement is, that's not really retirement. We're putting on a lot of other events in different industries, but working with Normie is always one of our favorite things that we get to do over the years. And working with Doug and Lance and the whole team, and it's just wonderful. We have been producing events all over the world through Restoration Journeys and with Normie. And Normie hosted our last event in Puerto Vallarta, which was amazing. And then we also did a river cruise that was really amazing down the Danube River. And I wanted to talk tonight. Doug and I have been collaborating and coming up with ways that we could go have fun and actually do education at the same time. And we came up with a cruise that I don't know how you could not say yes to. So let me tell you some of the details. It's an 8-day Southern Caribbean cruise, and it's going to the 3 islands that I always wanted to go to: Aruba, Bonaire, which is amazing, and then Curacao. And it's the ABC Islands. And those 3 islands will be fabulous. And our dates are February 28th through March 8th, 2026. So you can join Normie and a whole group of friends as we get together. We're going to have 7 nights, 8 days on the Carnival Horizon Cruise, again, to those ABC Islands. You can relax and enjoy exciting days at sea and 3 amazing tropical island destinations. Of course, you'll be pampered by the pool, entertained with many theaters and outdoor games, eating so that we all gain weight. And there's lots of entertainment and fun stuff. The best part, though, is we're planning on having somewhere between 100 and 150 people in our group, which is amazing. And you'll get to network with those people, become new friends or old friends, getting together again, and just having a fabulous time. Each one of these events just always seems to grow and get better each time. Yeah. Well, during that time also, we scheduled some half-day classes in a classroom on the ship, doing the Normie Certified Microbial Inspector training course. And that'll be held 4 mornings during the cruise, so you can enjoy the rest of the day with your wife, family, friends, whoever it is that you're traveling with. So there's no better way to enjoy training, enjoying time in paradise, and just really having a time of your life. So what's included in this is you'll fly into Miami, and we will board the ship the next day, and we will be at sea for a couple of days. We'll then go to the ABC Islands. That's 3 days in a row out in incredible locations, and then 2 days returning. So lots of time just to relax and enjoy yourself. You know what? One thing I realized, and I'll shut up and let you talk then, is that we work our butts off. This industry is intense, and we're out there on the line all the time. You got to take the time, smell the roses, and enjoy yourself. This is a wonderful opportunity, and getting to spend time with that guy is always fun anyway. So I'm going to shut up and let you talk.
Well, I was just thinking as you were talking, some of the benefits that we're going to get from this, besides being able to spend a bunch of people with really good time with a bunch of really good people, we've opened this up. So you've got contacts all over the world, people that you've talked to for years. I think you said we've got maybe a couple of dozen people already wanting to sign up for this that are just basically industry leaders. So this is not just about Normie. We're also opening the door for our relationship with ISSA, a strategic alliance we have there. And so I have a feeling that it's going to fill up pretty quickly. I think we could probably do over 200 when it's all said and done. And that's just going to be a great, great opportunity for us to network with industry leaders, learn a lot about what's going on in the industry, get some training, some special training for your continuing education training. And that training also will qualify for Florida's continuing education licensing requirement. So there's just a great opportunity, I think, to spend some great time with some fun folks. We had a great time in Puerto Vallarta. It was just really, really cool, and I'm looking forward to this. I mean, who doesn't want to be in the Caribbean the first week in March? Hello.
You know, I had a great time with all the Normie folks that came. They were really great people. Well, what happened over the last week was kind of crazy because my daughters, especially Jillian, who organizes all of this, and Jennifer started just calling all the friends in the industry, and everybody said yes. So these are all industry leaders across the board that you'll get to network with, but we're going to party and have a great time. So you got to get ready for that. Here's something else that's really amazing. Do you remember the river cruise we did?
Mm-hmm.
It was $12,000 for a couple. $12,000, and we filled it, of course.
Yeah.
But this one is a little better price than that. So
I'll say
the base cabin goes for $1,372 per person, and that includes the training.
Yeah.
That's amazing. So
Yeah.
you can upgrade your cabins. I'm really spoiled, man. I like balconies, so I can go out and sit on the balcony and have coffee and just forget the world. Well, those cabins are only $1,862 per person.
Yeah.
So this is a great opportunity. Now, also, if you were to come and bring your wife and she's not attending the class, there's a discounted rate for her also. So you can go to our website, see the prices. You can call us. We'll work with you to get everything booked up. You just need to make sure you have a passport and be ready to have a great time. Bring a lot of shorts and swimsuits because that's the attire for the day, man.
You know what we also didn't mention was if you're a business owner and because you're taking classes, I would say that this could be written off.
Absolutely. So that's exactly why we're doing the 4 days, the mornings. We need to do 12 to 14 hours of education, and this becomes a tax deductible credit for you on your business. And we've been doing this for 14 years, so we know that that works pretty well.
Yeah, we're going to corral some people in. We haven't finalized the plan yet for the training. You mentioned the certified microbial inspector course. Of course, that's going to be offered, but I think I heard today that there's another room that we could use if we wanted to do more training.
Yes.
And we're looking at other people that are in the industry that could offer some training. We'll be getting that kind of formalized here in the next week or so, but it's going to be an opportunity for not just a training, but maybe multiple different types of training, which is kind of exciting as well. So it's going to be a super time that we're going to be able to spend together. We got it up on our website. Let me just show you where this is, Larry, so you know and all of the members know. But if you want to log in to Normie I'm sorry, you don't have to log into Normie. You can go directly. This is not protected, password protected, because we want anybody to come. We may have some of our friends that'll come to this, right, and they're not a part of Normie. But this is at events.normie.org, events.normie.org. And you can see that, I assume. The nice thing about this is if you click on this, it's going to take you to another page that shows you a little more information with the dates. And then when you click on this, it goes directly to Larry's website so that you can get the information you need. He's handling all of this for us. And there's all kinds of options. You mentioned several things about different size of rooms, and I know there's some suites available and a lot of other things. But one of the things we didn't talk a lot about is there's some special pricing for children, special pricing for families. There are some suites available. There's a rate for individuals who want to go solo. So there's a lot of options. And I think, if I remember correctly, we even talked about being able to make some payments on this, didn't we?
Yeah, we absolutely did. We're asking for a $500 deposit so that we can reserve the room, get all of the details done, and then you can make payments or make full payments. We'll arrange that with you. We do have a couple of family suites reserved. And so that room is big enough for mom and dad and a couple of kids all in one room. And the kids' price is really, really inexpensive. And I should know that off the top of my head. It's like about $200 or something like that per kid, which is absolutely amazing. And of course, on these ships, they have all the kids' clubs. But better than that, they have the nightclubs and all the theaters and entertainment. dozens of bars and all those kind of things. And, you know, if you just want to go and relax and sit in the sun, I mean, what a great way to enjoy some time out in the beautiful Caribbean sunshine.
And when is the, if I remember correctly, the deadline is what, 6 months out, end of October, maybe 1st of November, that they can start. I mean, they can start making payments now, but I think that was the plan, wasn't it? That end of October, 1st of November, something like that.
Yeah, I believe it's in October. We'll get that. Oh yeah, all payments are due by November 15th.
There you go. So you got 6.5 months to pay for this thing, which is pretty cool. I have a feeling that
was that $100 a month?
Yeah. Yeah, you'll be happy to take it any way we can send it. But this is really a fantastic opportunity. And I'll just tell you, I'm not just blowing smoke. This is absolutely true. I've been on several of these kinds of events, and Larry and his team absolutely take care of you like you're royalty. I mean, it's not just when you're on the ship. I think we may even talk about doing something the night before. If we get in Miami early, maybe we can have dinner together and do some.
Well, we're going to have a hotel base for everybody to come to. We'll get special rates there, and then we'll do a cocktail reception so everybody can register and meet each other and just start having a good time right then.
Fantastic. Well, I think I told you I'm threatening to bring Mardi Gras beads for everyone. So.
I hope you do.
So we have a party atmosphere, but we are definitely looking forward to it. And I want to thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. I know it was kind of last minute when I contacted you today, but thank you for being here. We're going to run this through our Normie TV and our radio and let people know about it, get the word out, because anybody can come. If you've got family, you want to come for the training, but you've got family that are not interested in the training, like maybe your wife, that's okay. Come on. You got a brother, brother-in-law, sister, sister-in-law, family that want to just be there and have fun. This is going to be a great opportunity. And so we're looking forward to it.
One more point I'll just throw out is the earlier the book, the better rooms we can get you, and you could be next to each other or near each other, so the group's together. Each level on the cruise boat obviously is for what you select. So the higher up you are, it's usually the suites and or just the balcony type of rooms.
And I think this is
interior, I've done exterior, I've done suites, and I have fun in all of them.
And I think the Horizon is, I thought I saw where it's like 3,200 maybe rooms. It's a big boat.
It's a big old boat. I don't know if you can see that. There it is, man. It's a big Hummer. So it'll be plenty of fun. There'll be plenty of things to do and activities, and we just are really looking forward to it. On board also, we'll have some cocktail receptions. We'll have a dinner for the whole group, so everybody can really network and get to know each other a lot better.
Yeah, you know, when you and Jill started looking for these different cruises, and you came back with this one, all I could think was Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I want to take you.
I think that could be our theme song. We'd be okay.
It's going to be a great time. Thank you so much for being here, Larry. I really appreciate it. Tell Jill I said hi, and we'll get on this right away, start promoting it. Thanks for getting that website done.
Absolutely. You guys take care. It's great to be with all of you, and I'm really looking forward to seeing you on board.
All right, man.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Have a good week.
want to welcome today's guest, Dan Reese, who is and I'll use the terminology that he prefers, a wildfire strategist and aviation advisor. So I'm going to say, Dan, say hello to everybody, and I'm going to follow it up with, could you explain what that is? Because it's a big set of terms, and I really want to understand it.
Sure, got it. Well, thank you for having me here today, Lance. So in my career, I finished out mostly in tactical air operations for wildfire events. And after I left, I started a consulting firm, International Wildfire Consulting Group. And that was shortly after I finished running Global Supertanker Services, which ran the 747 Global Supertanker, which was an air tanker, aerial firefighter with a 747. So I help people who call me engage with questions regarding wildfire. Oftentimes it's technology, or it's chemicals, or it's process. It might be, something along the lines of NASA presentations for people who want to engage with NASA, or new equipment like, say, a fire nozzle. People who want to understand what it takes to engage in the wildfire community is pretty much what I do.
Well, it's interesting. I actually, before we went live here, did a quick research on you with LinkedIn and a few other sources. And just what you're mentioning, it's kind of interesting, where I saw an article that you were involved with for water conservation and firefighting, just by changing the shape of the nozzle and the stream of the water flow. It cuts it like in a third. So, I mean, that's kind of interesting stuff. I'll tell you what, though, some really sharp images and photos of those big planes dropping the fire retardant, on the site. So it's pretty impressive. Anybody watching this, you may want to take a look and find him on LinkedIn. Pretty interesting stuff out there. But before we started today, we were talking a little bit about the difference between the central part of the U.S. and the East Coast and California, which is where you're from. Now, California's been dealing with wildfires forever.
Correct.
The new phenomenon that's affected us on the East Coast, and I'm in New Jersey, is smoke from Canada, hundreds and hundreds of miles away, causing this choking of the air quality, not just outside, but inside of our homes. So what do you see, what we're facing now compared to what you normally deal with in California?
Well, it's clear and beautiful, and a really moderate temperature here, this summer with the weather patterns, which is really nice. I think that El Nino probably has something to do with that. As I watch the news sources and the science research with the polar vortex, collapsing somewhat and changing the airflow and the cooler weather, it's really nice here in California. And we've not had the fires, this year that we've had in the last several years, and the air's been clear. So it's been really nice. A little agonizing to see what's happening on the East Coast and the Eastern Seaboard and in Canada, where we don't typically see that. And ironically, we see a lot of fire on the West Coast, and it's highly publicized, but in the Southeast of the United States, there's a huge number of fires there that occur typically annually. Although I don't think in scope and size of what we see here with the integration of the population in what we call the wildland urban interface. But the smoke conditions definitely will get people's attention. And when we start seeing entire towns, being razed, like Paradise and Greenville and the towns up in Oregon and now Canada, it definitely starts to get people's attention.
Well, I've seen a big change in, I don't want to say weather patterns, but just because of the way we've been for the last, I'd say 3-4 weeks here in the Northeast, we haven't had rain. I mean, everything's extremely dry. Now, normally for us, June, we usually run that week or 2 or 3 we'll run those 85, 90 plus degree temperatures, and they start calling it the heat wave and everything else. We haven't had that, which I'm not complaining about. But the point I'm trying to get to is when these fires produced this smoke that came down on the New York, New Jersey area, we actually got a glimpse of almost the start of what a nuclear winter would look like. And yes, it sounds very dramatic to say that, but we were barely getting to 70 degrees when the normal temperatures are 80, 85 for us here in New Jersey this time of the year. And we were told by the Weather Channel and all the other officials that are talking about it, that there is so much smoke in the air, it's blocking the sun from its normal thermal heating during the day. I mean, I have solar panels on my house, and I see my production was down, at ground level. It was horrible. So this is what you deal with out in California. We're only getting a glimpse of it now. And truthfully, we've been spoiled, out of sight, out of mind. We hear about the fires in California and okay, on with our business. I mean, this brings it home to us. And I think it's an opportunity for you to explain to us what we should be expecting and, what happens, because this may not be just a short-term thing. It may continue.
No, unfortunately, I would say that for the people on the East Coast, you're in it for the long haul until such time that the weather patterns change and these fires are naturally mitigated. We can make a difference. When I say we, and the fire service can make a difference when these fires are smaller, when they are in their incipient stages, when we get on and we can handle aggressive initial attack, and we've got the weather, in our favor to be able to make that attack successful. Unfortunately, what most people don't realize is once these fires become of that magnitude and size to where they're calling them mega fires, we can black the sky out with aluminum, meaning air tankers and aircraft, and that's all limited. And the bigger they get in scope, the more resources they demand. And we have a finite number of resources internationally and nationally, whether it's in Canada or the United States. No one agency can be fully prepared for this type of event, right? We have agreements that are between local agencies. We have state agreements. We have federal agreements. We have international agreements where we have standardization that takes place for everybody to engage. But, when we lack the capacity to adequately attack these fires when we can, that will cost us, and trying to build capacity during the event is just impossible. And once these events get up and running, they become very, very expensive. So the catch really when they get this big is that we need the capacity to keep fires small when they first start. And when they get this big and they draw this many resources, we have in the fire service what we call drawdown, meaning we've drawn the resources so thin that now our ability to rapidly and successfully initial attack fires becomes compromised because we just don't have the resources there to do it. So for, my small part of life here on Earth and the fires that I've, had to deal with in these quote nuclear winters, and my first experience with that really was in 1987. And the scientists actually came out in the Happy Camp in the Klamath area of Northern California to study what a nuclear winter would be like, where we had these major fires going in August, and we have what are called inversions. So anybody that's been camping and seen a campfire burn, the smoke will rise and then it'll kind of flatten out and form a haze. And that's what you're seeing here, only on a massive scale. And it does get cold. Unfortunately, those fires burn. They continue to burn under those inversions. And then when the inversion gets hot enough, we have what we call an inversion break, where all of a sudden the air will escape up through the inversion and the fire takes off madly for several hours under the inversion. But once they get to that point, it makes it very difficult for aviation resources to be successful to even get in to help the people on the ground, because it's just so smoky. We can't safely operate those aircraft in those spaces. So unfortunately, I think right now it's going to be enduring, right? The population that's being impacted there on the East Coast and the central United States and Canada are at a point, unfortunately, where they're going to have to endure until Mother Nature changes her mind.
what you're talking about resource wise, is this what's caused some of the problems in Canada not being able to get a handle on these fires?
Well, I think it's important to put a couple of things in perspective. Fires traditionally need to burn. I mean, that's one way that Mother Nature, takes care of dead and dying material, beetle kill. There's a lot of reasons for fire to burn. That's good. Managing fire during peak burning conditions is almost virtually impossible. It only takes a few degrees of relative humidity, meaning the moisture in the air, or a change in wind to really affect what a fire does. So when we talk about resources and capacity, it becomes part of a matter of perspective. It's kind of like insurance, right? Do we want to spend money to build capacity so that when these events happen, we can really go after them? Or do we bet on the come that it's not going to happen? And unfortunately, when we listen to climatologists and scientists around the world and we experience what we're experiencing, where we see years and years and years of dry weather, where we see reservoirs drying up, where we see millions of trees dying, that just all adds to the fuel, no pun intended, for these fires to really take hold and go. And there's two ways fires are put out. A, Mother Nature lets them die out naturally, or B, there are firefighters on the ground that actually go dig those fires out and around to make them go away. So capacity, I think in Canada right now, you're seeing probably firefighters from around the world responding. I know that aviation resources and hundreds of firefighters from the United States are battling those blazes. And I'm sure that there are people from Australia and probably many other countries engaging to help, Canada. And it's not just a regional North American problem right now. We're having this problem. We don't see it, in Siberia, in Asia, in Europe, where you see fires, burning in Germany, where they don't typically burn. And when that doesn't happen, people don't think that they need to get prepared because they don't think it's going to impact them. And unfortunately, for those on the eastern seaboard here in the United States, that they don't really realize the impact that they are contributing to, say, tax-wise, right? We have realized and unrealized costs of fire suppression in this country in the tune of tens of billions of dollars a year, which really affects the GDP of the United States. So wildfire is a big problem, whether you're experiencing that smoke or not. We're all going to pay for it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And to bring it down to a level where people watching this will have something in common with, recently we had the heavy smoke conditions. And that's what I'm going to call the smoke conditions. And they were telling people, stay inside, avoid going outside. Now, we know from the indoor air quality side of our industry that the inside air is normally up to 10 times more polluted than the outside air. So we're already now telling people to stay in an environment that we know is more polluted than the normal outside air for them breathing. We have sensitized individuals. There's a whole class of people that suffer because of that. But also because of the building codes, commercial buildings, public apartment complexes need to bring in fresh air on their heating and air conditioning. So now the systems that are ventilating the inside of their buildings are bringing in this air from outside, which is all smoke, VOC laden with chemistries. And that's a whole nother side that nobody's prepared for, because you still have to breathe. You can't hold your breath for 5-6 days. That doesn't happen. And we use an example in some of our teachings about the importance of breathing. And we say some people are able to go 20, 30, 40 days without eating, 3, 5, 7 days without water, 4 to 6 minutes without air.
Correct.
So it's not like you can avoid breathing. So you have to do things that are going to help. And that comes back to your point before about preparing ahead of time. We don't spend the money on the resources. I've been involved with the government world for many, many years from my background, and money was not usually spent on preparedness. It was always throw money at it when there was a problem. And to your point, if you don't stop these things when they're very small, they become unmanageable.
Correct. Capacity is it's a big deal, right? Being prepared both nationally and internationally is extremely important. My background really, I put myself through school fighting fire, and putting myself through school, I became a critical care nurse. And so I worked as a critical care nurse for several years prior to me becoming a firefighter. So it's concerning to me. I have two children, one 16 and one 19. And we were impacted, for instance, by the Camp Fire, which burned the town of Paradise down. And in that fire, I think there were upwards of 20,000 structures that were burned to the ground and 80 some odd lives lost. And that fire burned into my town. That's where it stopped. But my children were exposed to something that I chose to expose myself to as a professional firefighter. And that's unnerving, because it's not just the smoke that you burn, that one breathes in the minute. It's the side effects many years down the road that impact, firefighters. And firefighters are notoriously prone to all different kinds of cancers, and they're called assumptive conditions that the government pays for when we get it, and oftentimes our lives are cut short. So that's what goes through my mind. And personally, when we were inundated with that kind of smoke, I did limit my children going out, because the air, like it or not, was worse outside. I did ensure that they were wearing N95 masks, similar to what people did, and I'm sure have in their possession as a result of COVID. Anything to be able to catch that particulate, changing out the filters, regularly in my home. Those were all things that were, top on my mind, just from my medical background and being conscientious of my firefighters when I was in the station, as it related to, diesel exhaust fumes in the bays when we were pulling engines out or pulling engines in, right? That wasn't a place to idle, because we just didn't want to be breathing that. Same for the public.
There's an educational component that is missing in many industries. And in our industry, again, out of sight, out of mind, because you don't see the microscopic particulate and organisms and everything else that you inhale, people don't think about it. But when you're dealing with the fires, again, when it's in California, here on the East Coast, we don't think about it. We don't see it. It's not affecting us on a daily basis. But the submicron particles that are in these smoke plumes that are going out, they go straight into your lungs, and they pass right into your blood system and all the chemistries that are associated with them.
And there's thousands.
What's that?
There's thousands of these, even just from a burning pine tree.
Well, and I've heard people even talk about, well, it's a campfire or it's a fire pit. We do this all the time. Well, that's true. But the factory up the street that burned with ethyl methyl nasty stuff in it, that's now aerosolized in the flames, that's the stuff that's involved in what you're breathing, because of the homes that burn, the factories that burn, and all the things that are inside of it. Just the glues that are in the furniture, that you're sitting on, is all poisonous to inhale. And again, to me, it's an educational piece that people don't understand about emergency medical services, about law enforcement, about firefighting, that I look at this as an opportunity to provide awareness. Something as simple as a firefighter coming out of a burning building, the last thing you would want to do is cool him down by hosing off his turnout gear while he's wearing it.
Or give him a hug.
Or give him a hug. That jacket could be 300, 400, 500 degrees. As soon as you hose it down with water, you've created instant steam and you've scalded that individual.
Well, the technology has changed drastically, from the time when I was a young firefighter. Nomex was just coming out, and that's the protective clothing that wildland firefighters wear. And my first several years of fighting fire, I did not wear Nomex. And then when I was in the structure world, in the municipal world, I had one set of turnouts, and those turnouts were by my bed, by my bunk. When the bell rang, I would jump into them and go to a call and come back and peel them down, put them right next to my bunk, and go to bed. That's just not the case anymore with what science has shown us and the medical world. Now, firefighters typically have 2 sets of turnouts, and they rotate them through structure fires, and they go right to the extraction machine, and they have to go out and be professionally extracted if you're following an FPA every now and then. I used to go do school programs with the kids, and I'd have my turnouts and let them get in it. Turnouts are the gear, that we wear, and let them touch and feel and see. And now that's even been outlawed, where, nothing that's been in a fire like that can go into a school. It's new turnouts that have never been exposed to smoke. A lot of changes environmentally in our profession, which, I think it's important for the public to understand the reasons for that. And it's important for the public to protect themselves as well, such as the things we just talked about: changing filters, not going outside, having your kids wear a mask. I mean, if I have 2 masks and I'm going out with 2 kids, well, the kids are going to wear the mask, not me. I'm going to endure that change. But it's a matter of perspective and doing what you can to research on your own. Read about the effects of smoke and what science is showing. Read about the cost of fires and what's causing it. And it's a very complex, wildfire is very complex, simply because there are those fires that need to burn, and there are those fires that probably should be put out.
From your experience in California, your years firefighting, and from dealing with the smoke out in the California area, what would you say to the people in the middle part of the country and the East Coast that have experienced this? And the wind could shift tomorrow, and the fires that are still burning could cause this to come down on us again. What would you recommend them doing as far as indoor and outdoor air quality, and what things to be aware of odor-wise and things like that?
Well, wildfire smoke has, in my experience, 2 different kind of smells. There's a smell when a fire is going through a residential community, for instance, when we have many homes burning and it smells like a structure fire, or if anyone's thrown, plastic garbage and things into a campfire, you kind of have that acrid smell. And that's the nasty stuff that you don't want to see burning, and you definitely don't want your children burning. As firefighters, sometimes we can't get out of those situations where my firefighters could put on a self-contained breathing apparatus. We call them SCBAs. Until that smoke was clear, that's what they did, and their turnouts were washed. So for those in the public, it really is limiting your exposure outside when you're listening to the environmental air pollution control advisories. Those people that are susceptible to lung issues and problems, I would speak to your doctor. I would see what kind of HEPA filtration systems that could be put into your homes, to help filter that smoke in your homes. And once again, my children, I put them into masks, no different than when they were in COVID, when they were walking around out there, when they had to be out. Otherwise, I kept them indoors.
Yeah, just to a point that you just made about wearing masks, the N95 masks, N100 masks, whatever you're able to get, they work great for particulates, but they don't do anything for the VOCs, the volatile organic compounds, which is the gases and the chemistry in the air. Right. That you need scuba gear, like you're talking about, self-contained breathing apparatus. Mm-hmm. And the public isn't going to wear that.
No.
So staying inside, it's really your best bet, at this point, and try to avoid these situations if possible.
Agreed.
All right. Well, I really appreciate your time. This is all about a public education and awareness that we're trying to push out there. There's many other segments that we will be playing following this. And I really wanted to set the stage, which is, I feel we've done that, as to the problem that's out there. It's not going away. It wasn't the 3 or 4 days that we had here, and the problem's never going to come back. It's things that we need to be aware of.
Correct.
And I really appreciate your time and help with that.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me today, Lance. Appreciate it.
Be safe, and good luck with your new adventures out there. And I look forward to seeing some more of those interesting images and videos of all these firefighting planes and stuff you got out there on your site.
Yeah, there's some
Thank you very
amazing
much.
pilots and people. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Here at the Experience, and we're talking with Vlad, and I'm going to let him describe what he does and then tell you a little bit more about him. And I'm not going to try to pronounce your last name.
Smart
I
man.
don't want to destroy it. So
Very smart.
Vlad, so who you are, you can say your last name.
Yeah, Vlad Mukurtumian. I'm the
There you go.
co-founder and CEO of Restoration Inbound.
And what is that?
So Restoration Inbound is a full service digital marketing agency. I just spoke yesterday at the Experience Conference, and the thing that makes us unique is we also build our own AI marketing software on the back end. Yeah.
So you say you build your own, you have your own
Mhm.
developers.
My cousin, yeah, he does all the heavy work. I force him to.
Ah,
So
okay.
yeah. Yeah.
So he's writing this as a proprietary operation.
Yeah, it's proprietary because we're not licensing it. We might in the future, but really what we noticed is there's really no one out there, very few people that actually build AI marketing for restoration owners, right? I don't know anybody else really. So we started just building a suite of tools. He likes to do that. And it's given us a pretty good advantage, I would say, in the industry and really cool insights because we take keywords from Google Ads that we know work, and then we pair it with ChatGPT. And then before we start a campaign, we can forecast and, a bunch of other nerdy stuff that we think is cool.
Okay, does any of this work on the administrative side for the businesses?
Like, you mean like in reporting or,
Well, the
yeah.
reporting, seeing how they should be changing their marketing plans?
Yes,
Or is that
yes.
something that you directly deal with?
Yeah, we like the hardest part for us actually is making sure that our restorers meet with us once a week, because then we can do all the reporting, all the pivoting, any edits, anything they need. So yeah, we have software integrations that we can use for people that will auto text, auto email clients, remind you for things. Yeah, we've done stuff like that as well. For reporting.
Autoresponder concept. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you tell me, Lance, if you want to build, I'll get it done for you. Yeah.
All right then.
Yeah.
Something that'll feed my dog at a certain time. of
Yeah,
day,
yeah.
Just so I can,
As long as it's a restoration dog,
restoration dog.
we'll take care of it. Yeah.
So I saw that you were talking with Michael Pinto a lot.
Yes, sir.
Have you been working with him or doing some stuff with him?
Yeah, Michael's actually he's a mentor in the industry. I actually typed in during my presentation, I actually talked about this. So you can see who's who. So you can use ChatGPT to determine leaders in different industries, right? It's got the world's knowledge on there. So it will basically go ahead and it will spit out those results. So if you type in, world's leaders in mold remediation, two of the Normie members off the top of my head pop up. Number one, actually, ChatGPT says Michael Pinto, which is how I connected with him, and he started mentoring me. And then Doug Hoffman, I think, is actually number three.
Don't tell him that.
Yeah.
Don't let Doug know Michael
Yeah.
above him. That's all. So,
Yeah.
that's interesting
Yeah.
that it comes up that way.
Yeah. And so the cool part is though, right, for anyone watching out there that is in remediation or inspections, you can type in, well, who are the top real estate agents in whatever, New Jersey, New York, and you can find the top realtors, other referral partners to reach out to. So that way, when you're trying to build relationships with people that you want to be highly valuable, it'll do the research for you, right? So that's one way to use AI in marketing for research purposes, and then you can reach out to them after.
So if I was to ask you in a non-technical way to describe to the public what you do for most people to understand, what would you do?
I help you get more jobs. I help restoration companies get more jobs. Because they get more jobs, they can increase their prices. So then they become more profitable, right? And then the last thing I do is I take work off of their plate because they're constantly overwhelmed as business owners. And so we build software and technology to, make life easier for them. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That should be on our brochure.
Maybe that'll be next year at the Experience Conference. I'll have a brochure for that.
There
Yeah.
you go. All right.
So, yeah.
So is there anything else you want to tell us about your company or what you've been doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing we spoke about yesterday, I can get into that, which is social media and how a lot of these restoration owners, they're not on social media because they think, oh, well, my clients aren't on Facebook when they get water damage job, which is very true because obviously Google is king. You want to be on Google first. However, they don't think about that all these other realtors and other business partners are on social media that you can talk to them. So that is the reason why you should be on there, not for your clients per se directly, but for the referral partners. And that's where social media, I think, can really shine. One of the people in the talk that I held, I'm sure Lance was taking furious notes there. Basically, he actually stated how he wrote LinkedIn articles, right? Now, did that get them a remediation job from the article? No, it actually got them a referral partner who read the article, right? So today you can use AI to write all sorts of different articles for you. However, they're probably going to be lower quality still. But what you can do is you can use it as like a brainstorming partner for you. And then after you brainstorm topics, you can even do it for a little bit of research. You can add your own unique spin to make it really engaging, interesting, funny, right? You want it to be awesome content. And then you post it to social media. People will read that about you. They'll read, oh, wow, look, Michael Pinto has all this content, et cetera. And then they'll reach out to you. And now you're getting more business, right? Because Michael actually ranked #1 on ChatGPT. I met him about 2.5, 3 years ago. I actually ended up referring him connections, right? A year later. So a lot of times everybody, you know, it's a classical, everybody wants a light switch, right? Everybody wants 6-minute abs. But with things like social media and really the high leverage marketing, it takes time. Now I'm gonna take a breath and let you catch up here. Yeah, there's a lot to talk.
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah. No,
No,
I'll talk to myself.
There's a lot of information,
Yeah.
you know, that you're talking about, and the viewers, they understand, you know,
Yeah.
and especially when you broke it down there a few minutes ago as to the service you provide for the everyday person.
Mhm.
And that's really what they're looking for, you know, to understand that we don't have a lot of people that are going to go out and dive into the AI side,
Yep.
but they're going to go to companies like yours for the AI assistance. So that's the power of what you're doing.
Yeah, 100%, right? As it gets more competitive and more complicated with AI, right? We can help demystify and simplify things, right? The last thing I'll say, because I can't speak here for an hour, but I know it's not my show. You know, Lance will tell you, I'll take it over.
Well, I'll be back. You can
Yeah.
talk.
Okay, sounds good. That sounds like a plan to me. But the other, yeah, we'll do a Vlad takeover session. Yeah. But the other thing people want is they want to pay very little for jobs, right? They're like, these advertising prices are crazy. It's too expensive. Why? The reason they're so expensive is because you're paying to get the job today, right? You're getting the job today, so you're paying the most for a specific referral. You're going on Angie's, Thumbtack, CraftJack, Service Direct, right? Those are going to be the most expensive, you know, 300, 600, et cetera, right? For prices. However, if you do something like Michael Pinto did and you build a brand, right? Then you're going to spend very little because people know of you. Your reputation will grow. And then that's where you can make a lot of money for spending a little bit. And I always like to tell people, right? What do you think of in terms of price range when you think of Walmart versus Lamborghini, right? The branding does make a difference. It's long-term though. Yeah.
Well, Vlad, I appreciate it.
Always a pleasure.
Didn't want you to take over the hour show.
Yeah, I was going to.
Yeah, I know. But there's still a lot of people here. And you know what? This is day 3. The show ends in, I don't know, an hour or so. And it's still crowded.
Yeah, it is actually a packed show today, which is awesome. I actually will have to say I've been to other conferences. The Experience Conference is a wonderful one. And people are really engaging. They're friendly. And if people haven't attended, I highly recommend you guys check out the scene and come say hello to me if you do.
All righty. Thank you. And we'll chat again, I'm sure.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Okay, everybody, one more time before the end of the day, and then we have all day tomorrow to do some more interviews. But for now, I want to end the day talking to, and I'm just going to say, Becky, I mean, we've done trainings together. We've done other shows like this. You are the person that does the photography, the marketing, the editing, the production of promoting all of these contractors that are here. So tell us a little bit about you and what you really do, not what I just tried to explain.
Oh, I like it. You kind of made me sound fancy. Absolutely.
it.
Absolutely.
Take it. I mean, the title I say is photographer, videographer, and digital media manager. But yeah,
That doesn't fit on a card, does it?
no, it kind of doesn't. I think it's the max on LinkedIn on my little bio there at the top where it
Okay.
says, "What's your job title?" It fits. I just had to use a slash instead of spaces. But yeah, I mean, I have been very fortunate to get to teach a workshop with you over this topic. We're kind of intertwined in that way.
That was
which
in
is great.
Mexico.
It was Puerto Vallarta.
It was a nice place to go.
I'll do that again. Anyone want to sign up for that?
Yeah, really. So how does what you do help all the contractors and people that are here in this industry?
So it's in all different ways because, photography and videography, that's a great marketing tool as well as just documentation. And then when it comes to digital media management, that's your social media. Are you telling me to hold it up closer?
Yeah, a
Okay,
little
I
closer.
saw it. I saw it. Is that a little better, you
Just a
think?
little.
Okay, and then digital media marketing is, getting yourself in front of the right people, right? With marketing, you talk about marketing as well. But what I focus on is organic reach. So yes, I do ads as well, but I focus on what's going to be free for you. How are you going to get stuff out for free without having
The organic stuff.
Yeah,
Just
organic
basically.
reach. Exactly.
And there's people here in all different verticals, from carpet manufacturers and cleaners, plumbers, electricians. I mean, everybody is here with all kinds of technical tools and things that they do, but they all need to market.
Oh, yes.
And I think the way that you approach the industry and being able to help them is a little unique.
Oh, thank you.
It just is, and I've seen you do the training, and the uniqueness is, one, that you care and you take each company on as an individual, not just, all right, here's the routine. This is what you do.
I'm glad you see that because yeah, that's the biggest goal, is getting to help the company and getting to see the company evolve. That's the most rewarding thing for me, is just getting to see, hey, we started from here, we started from the ground, or maybe we started from high up, but how can I take you to that next level? So
Any special tricks or things that are favorite of yours in that area?
well, it depends on because like you said, there's all different types of companies in this industry across the board. So it does depend on kind of where you're at, but I recommend engaging with your audience in any way that you can, whether it be posting a live video very often because those pop up first on everyone's feed. Or am I holding it close enough?
You're fine.
Or, just engaging with your audience as much as you can, posting as often as you can, and even posting stuff that you think people wouldn't care about. People care more than you think.
I did a training the other day, and I talked about talking to your audience, but not for things that you like, because they may like something completely different.
Yeah.
You can't just tell them what you like. You got to tell them what they like.
Yeah. Yeah. And even asking your audience what they like and then talking about that is a great way to approach it.
And that's
too.
the idea. It's really changing it to the direction of what their needs and wants are.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, no, I like the whole marketing side of this. I like the way that you did your presentation when we did it in Mexico.
I
And,
appreciate yours as well.
That's why I wanted to talk to you here. So if anybody out there wants to get your type of help with promoting their business, how do they reach you?
Well, I mean, you can reach me directly if you want to. What do we want to give
You
them?
can give them your website, you can give whatever email, whatever contact you want to
I'm
do.
Becky Tomeno. You can reach me through anything, honestly. I'll give you the fun one. So I'm on Instagram as Gotta Love Monkeys. This is my personal page, GOTTALOVEMONKEYS. Yes, that's my name on Instagram. You can reach me there. You can find me on Facebook as Becky Tomeno. And my last name is kind of tricky because it sounds like an A sometimes, but it's TOMAINO, Tomeno. Sometimes I say it tomato, tomato, however you want to say it. Doesn't really matter. Like we were saying earlier, we answer to anything, right? But yeah, and then I own Rebecca Lauren Photography and Rebecca Lauren Media. So a great way to look at that is just RebeccaLaurenPhotography.com. But I'm on everything. I'm on LinkedIn, as you all should be. Facebook, Instagram, all of the things. So
And now you're on Normie TV.
I'm on Normie TV. I'm famous now.
Yes, you are. So, well, I appreciate you stopping by. I know that you've been running around talking to people all day too, and my voice is just about gone. So
Do you have any left for tomorrow?
I'll try not to talk much tonight.
Okay, good.
So,
a little sabbatical and then we're chatting.
Absolutely. So thank you again for stopping by. We appreciate it. And hopefully the people out there, if they need your services, will reach out.
Well, awesome. Reach out.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lance. This was fun.
And I'm going to turn it over to you. This is Skip Jankowski. He is a Normie Pro, like Doug said earlier. He's become a good friend. He's one of our senior trainers. He is from the West Coast. We don't hold that against him. And Skip, I'm going to turn it over to you for your presentation. Share your screen, and we'll be here if you need any assistance.
All right. Thank you very much. By the way, this presentation, I didn't get the memo. It was sent out to all of attendees that I would be talking about mycotoxins. I'm actually taking a different pathway tonight. In the future, I can talk about it, but I wanted to give something a little bit more of an overview. It'll make sense. Hang with me. Nobody has to take notes. You don't have to turn your brains on too much, but hopefully this will make sense. And this is where I have a lot of passion for this and why I have so much advocacy for Normie, because Normie talks about this more than any of the other training and or certification entities that are out there. And what you hopefully will see, if I do a decent enough job, is that we are absolutely in the indoor air quality arena, and we are certainly decontaminating microbially contaminated environments that can have a direct impact on health. So let's get started. I'm going to share my screen here. Here's the National Institute of Health, moisture and mold remediation. The presence of excessive moisture in buildings has been linked to occupational illness, right? Vis-a-vis, simply stated, water damaged buildings, damper water damaged buildings are unhealthy. We can go to the EPA, right? Molds are usually not a problem indoors. Okay, I think we might challenge that. Unless mold spores land on a wet or damp spot and begin growing, some of us may have a problem with that, inhaling or touching mold. Bottom line is, again, simply stated, water damaged buildings, damp or water damaged buildings are unhealthy. California, this was a big step out here. California Department of Health has concluded that the presence of water damage, dampness, visible mold, or mold odor in schools, workplaces, residences, and other indoor environments is unhealthy. Typically, though, we don't get these agencies to tell people why. Let's take a look at how big the problem might be. We know it's a big problem, genetically and immunologically. This particular study, which is Quest Diagnostics, at the time that they did this was a 10-year retrospective analysis from 2000 to 2010, and then published in 2011, represented the largest study of allergy testing in the United States at that time. It involved 1.5 billion patient interactions across the country. They then listed 30 cities in the United States. Can everybody see that?
Yes, you're good.
Yeah. Okay. Let's take the 2 Super Bowl cities. And I'm going to ask for a volunteer out there to do a quick mathematical search or calculation. Let's look at Philadelphia, 12% of the population, right, confirmed to have a mold sensitization, a mold allergy. So that's Philly. Then we go down to Kansas City, and we have 16% of the population. That's a lot of people, folks, right? What I can tell you is Cincinnati at 13%, that equates to about 52,000 people. 52,000 people confirmed, right? That's 13% of their population confirmed to be sensitized to mold. That's a mold allergy. So if we look at this data, and we just look at the top 30 cities in the country, on average, that's over 12% of the population across the spectrum as a mean is confirmed to have a mold allergy. Cincinnati alone is over 50,000 people, right? So where I'm going with this is, again, the agencies, departments of health, water damaged buildings are unhealthy. The predominant media attention for a very long time has been on mold, fungal amplification, and yes, mycotoxins, which I was supposed to talk about. Maybe that'll be a future discussion. But this is a very, very interactive microbial biocontaminant, or a word that is becoming very, very prevalent these days is biotoxin landscape. You have mold species and specificity, right? Quantity and species of mold that amplify in damp to wet conditions. Then you have indicator molds or marker molds, which then produce mycotoxins. We also have VOCs and MVOCs. We have beta glucans. We have gram-negative bacteria, endotoxins, and we also have gram-positive bacteria, Actinomycetes. My point in this presentation tonight is to show some studies from around the world in clinical papers. The prevalence, in other words, global scientific published studies for a very long time have known about this. It has not transitioned into common knowledge into this industry, and hopefully we're going to make a change in that. Bacteria, right? Note about bacteria, don't take notes, there's not going to be a test. It's either gram positive or gram negative, right? And that's a function of staining. Each cell membrane allows for a certain stain to take, either red if you're gram negative or purple if you're gram positive. Gram positive are typically associated with Actinomycetes, right? Actinomycetes research recently, which we now know that CIRS, chronic inflammatory response syndrome, is now a medically accepted diagnosis, right? It characterized by a chronic inflammatory response which is triggered by predominantly a genetic predisposition. HLA-DRDQ gene doesn't function properly. Gram-negative bacteria, we're pretty much talking about endotoxins, both of which, again, actinobacteria, right? Actinomycetes, actinos for short. Endotoxins is an actual part of the membrane of that bacteria, both of which start to grow on buildings along with mold and everything else, but they too, just like mold spores, become aerosolized. And at that point in time, they are now a bioaerosol. And the principal pathway or the triggering mechanism for someone's immune system to respond either immunologically, like what's represented in the Quest study, or for CIRS patient genetically, it's through inhalation. This particular study, the Environmental Health Unit, the National Institute of Health in Finland, talked about indoor microbiota and severely moisture damaged homes and the impact of interventions. Interesting. Again, I so apologize. I've got one screen here which is very large. This is very short. If I'm so fortunate to be able to do this again, I will have solved this technical glitch. The point of this particular study, published in 2017, had everything to do with trying to find microbial contaminant indicators or flags associated with an occupant's illness or prevalence of illness, and to be able to rank that house. We've talked about this in our normie classes, especially the sensitized individual. What is the issue, the health issue of that occupant? And then what are you looking for in the form of a source contaminant? In short, this particular study, that's exactly what they were looking for. What is the occupant illness? How can we assess the various biocontaminants, whether they be mold, mycotoxins, or bacteria, to rank the house a certain way, which then leads to a remediation protocol that may be a better approach to reverse the contamination. So a couple of aspects of the paper. Whoops, sorry about that. So they're using novel sequencing. What we have here in the United States is EnviroBiomics. They are testing for actinobacteria, endotoxins, et cetera, et cetera. However, if we look at this particular part here, a major objective of the study was to make a first step towards closing the gap, trying to identify signature of moisture damage, identification of what is the organism, the predominant organism that could ultimately be identified as a source contaminant. It's pretty cool to me that science is working down that pathway, right? And it's going to be transitional into the industry. Additionally, the limited understanding of microbial characteristics in moisture damaged buildings impedes the effort to clarify what are the adverse health effects of the occupants associated with the damage. So again, is this more bacteria related as a trigger to that occupant health issue? Is it mold, or is it a combination? Interestingly enough, and I don't know, nor am I taking exception with any of the remediation best practices, but here's what they found. Looking at changes in the relative abundance of the top 15 abundant taxa, pre and post intervention, constituting 50% of bacteria and 50% of the fungal species, there was very little change in those interventions vis-a-vis remediations on both of those species of mycotoxins, or I'm sorry, not mycotoxins, but microbial contaminants. And then the absence of clear fungal signals in the buildings that they were assessing was really dumbfounded to them, because the mindset has always been that this is a mold problem in damp and water damaged buildings, regardless of the fact that for decades now we've understood that bacteria plays a major role. Additionally, this is very interesting, Frontiers in Bioscience, published in 2011, again in Finland. I'm finding that when I do this research, there's a lot of data that's being published over the years from places outside of the States. If I were to have talked about it in the future in talking about mycotoxins specifically, Dr. Erika Blom, Lund University in Sweden, did some groundbreaking work in testing air and surface samples in water damaged buildings, not only in Sweden, where she found and confirmed in multiple tests that 80% of the aerosolized samples that she was testing were positive for mycotoxins. And she did the same thing in Katrina, where she found upwards of 60% of Katrina homes had aerosolized mycotoxins that they were able to capture. But here's the thing that was really interesting to me. Yes, we know that things take place on surfaces. Yes, we know that building materials, if they're damp and wet long enough, you get the colonization of mold, mycotoxins, bacteria. But take a look at this. Even back in 2002, actinomycetes in indoor air were higher in buildings that have this contamination in their inner wall insulation material of these damp and wet structures. And they found that because of the size of the actinobacteria, they were more readily migratory from the inner wall cavity into the habitable space based on their size, more so than mold spores. Pretty interesting stuff. When we get into some of the aerosolization potential of, in this case, mold, as reported by Thrasher and Crowley in Industrial Health 2009, how many spores can be aerosolized? So they did a bench study. First and foremost, one of the things that I found interesting by these authors or these researchers was that when mold species exceed those outdoors in an indoor environment, they're already deducing contamination has taken place. What does that mean? If you've got 3,700 Aspergillus penicillium outside, you get 5,200 inside, it's contaminated, even though you have a relative similarity in quantity of those species, right? Okay, so they do a bench study and they set up a biosafety cabinet and they introduce some laminar airflow in there representative of what you would see in a home. And here's what they found. Different species of mold become dislodged, move from a surface into the air in different amounts per species. So as they were testing Cladosporium, and by the way, this is 1 centimeter, which is the equivalent of your fingernail on your index finger. Under 500 spores for Cladosporium type, Stachybotrys 4,000, Aspergillus penicillium 10,000 spores each. Now, one way that I look at this and go, wow, that's like your HVAC system is on. You have a fan on in a room. You're walking past a wall, right? And then all of a sudden, this is by virtue of changes in air pressure differentials. You're pulling these spores or they're being released into the atmosphere. Oftentimes when we're doing spore trap sample testing or assessing companies that do perform this, we're not capturing everything. So this type of background knowledge, whether it be bacteria, or in this case, mold spores and other byproducts of these microbial contaminants, to understand that this has been proven, this has been tested, this has been found elsewhere, gives us some knowledge about what we're really looking at, and if we're not looking at it or for it, we should be, especially because we're talking about health issues. Also published and sent from the same paper, Thrasher and Crowley, right? What has Normie talked about? What do we talk about, unlike other certifying entities or certification or teaching bodies? 9 biocontaminants, right? We can list them. Gram-negative and positive bacteria, mycotoxins, molds, proteins, beta-glucans, endotoxins. Actinomycetes are associated with hypersensitivity pneumonitis, invasive infections, blah, 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 blah. Other types of mycotoxins are producing things very similar to chemotherapy agents. So let me take a breath here and go back and say that I think this is Skip's thinking here. This is my hypothesis that these national entities and agencies, EPA, NIH, CDC, various departments of health are saying that these water damage buildings are unhealthy. I think we're getting closer for these agencies to be telling people why. A, because this type of science is becoming very, very much so more prevalent. It's not necessarily readily accessible yet. However, Normie talks about this, and through its teaching is getting more and more professionals to become aware of this. And so therefore that bridge across the Grand Canyon is being built. These are unhealthy environments. Here's why, and here's what we should be looking at to solve the problem conclusively. When we understand the built environment and how that has changed since the 1970s, well, today people are spending so much more time indoors, right? Agencies are saying like 90% of their time is indoors, whether it's work or at home. What we're seeing is the symptoms of mold exposure are increasing. The rate of aerosolized transmissible diseases, such as the pandemic, have hardly, or nosocomial infection in hospitals, have hardly been affected over decades. I suggest that these either mold allergies or sensitivities, as confirmed over well over a decade ago, in fact, almost 2 decades ago by Quest, with that data compilation, again, 1.5 billion. We're not talking about a study of 200 data points, right? 1.5 billion. If the symptoms of mold exposure are increasing, that means more and more people are becoming aware that something is happening. More and more doctors are becoming more mold literate in treating either an allergy or SEERS. More awareness means there's a whole lot more buildings, whether that be a resident and home ownership, apartment, school, office, government, military housing. There's a lot of buildings out there that are going to need proper decontamination approaches. From the healthcare practitioner standpoint, there's a reason why Dr. Neil Nathan states that when it comes to most sensitized patients, he's emphasized and will continue to emphasize mold toxicity is the single most common contributing cause of that sensitivity. Mold toxicity is far more common than is currently recognized. Those who are knowledgeable in this field estimate that millions of people are wrestling with this problem, but are entirely unaware of its existence. And the reason for that is the EPA, NIOSH, 5% of buildings were contaminated in the 70s and 80s. By the 90s, people are starting to spend more time indoors, and we're getting a lot smarter in properly diagnosing indoor air contaminants. 35 to 50% of the buildings 10 to 20 years later, right, are now considered microorganism, right, generated contamination, biotoxin, bioaerosol. And then it's translating because more and more doctors are seeing these types of patients. We're talking the scientific evidence of what's being produced in a damper water damaged building, but now we have the transition to studies that are confirming health issues, and we were getting those these published articles as well. So you've got thousands of scientific publications on mycotoxins, endotoxins, actinobacteria being the principal culprits of the inflammatory response. It used to be mold, or the thought of mycotoxins being that significant contributor to that health issue of an occupant. But now it's conclusive, right? And in fact, other than, I mean, if you talk with pretty much anybody that's in this industry, most will acknowledge that, yeah, it's a health issue. I'm hopeful that the rest of the curtain can be peeled back and the secret can be completely uncovered, in that we now know everything that grows in a damp or water damaged building, and specific protocols such as the NORMI, NC, RSI, NCMP is the right approach to solve it. And in fact, I'll go one step further, that I think the data alone for SEERS patients, Dr. Shoemaker, Dr. Andrew Heyman, that Doug alluded to earlier, foremost leading authority in this country today, has stated in some of his presentations, and we know this, that 22 to 25% of the population has a genetic predisposition for SEERS because of the genetic anomaly, and they don't even know it. Might it be time for the industry to start assuming that when we are going through and assessing from the assessor side and diagnosing and doing inspections of these buildings to determine the degree to which they are water damaged or damp, and then we transition to either hand it off or we're doing the remediation, should we start to assimilate an assumption that regardless of whether the occupant realizes or not, they may be suffering from mold, because the data is pretty clear on that. Almost 4 in 10 people, 25% genetically, 10 to 15% immunologically. Dr. William Nazaroff, I quote this paper quite a bit, Cal Berkeley 2014, indoor air. Dr. Nazaroff, Department of Civil Engineering and Environmental Engineering at Cal Berkeley. This particular study, this is a great paper for anybody that wants to look it up and just dig into it over a cup of coffee. Talking about the bioaerosol behavior and its effect on human beings is is particularly coupled to the particle size in the 0.1 to 10 micron for bioaerosols. In fact, what he further goes into, which I will not hear, it is that 2 or sub 2 micron particle that is the biggest culprit, whether that is a mycotoxin or a mold species, or an actinobacteria, or an endotoxin, that is of significant concern, because sub 2 micron particles, they now know, are so easily deposited deep into the human lung and therefore into the bloodstream. Now, we don't have to be doctors, right? We don't treat people. But I think that if we can have and increase and develop our knowledge of what the medical community and the scientific community has identified, and which is now confirmed, all of us in this industry will be better served to more comprehensively and completely and thoroughly decontaminate these damp and water damaged buildings, such that the end result of our efforts leaves an environment that can support recovery and then certainly wellness long-term for the people that are living in these buildings. One of the things that we have that is frustrating to all of us, our clientele, those that we interact with on a daily basis. There are no published standards by the EPA, the NIH, the CDC, various state departments of health on what is a normal amount of mold. And of course, in fairness to them, they almost cannot create that standard, because each human being, depending upon how they are biologically made up, do they have that HLA-DR DQ gene anomaly that makes them genetically susceptible to mold illness and disease, which is what SEERS is, versus something that's more allergenic or an immunological response. But if we look at other viewpoints, and in this case, the World Health Organization, this particular study, toxins, another great study. Now we're, most of the papers I've referenced thus far were 2009, 2014, 2011. Now we're getting up to 2023. And they reference in this particular paper that the World Health Organization states that spore concentrations above 500 CFU per cubic meter of air is considered as hazardous for an occupant. Not might, not could be, but is. And then above 1,000 CFU per cubic meter of air is considered extremely hazardous. Now, the difference between what we typically use, which is non-viable spore trap or swab sampling, that's a certain number of spores per cubic meter of air. CFU is colony forming units, which is a direct reference to viability. These are culturable results. So if you're culturing 500 colony forming units per cubic meter of air, that's a problem for any occupant. If it's over 1,000, it's a significant. Now, what's an equivalent? How do you test for this? It's basically, we've seen this. The homeowner calls us and says, hey, I went down to the box store and I bought this Petri dish. And because something smelled funny, it smelled moldy, misty, and I followed the directions and I took the lid off and I let it sit for an hour. I covered it up and I sent it to the lab, and I've got, 2,500 CFUs per cubic meter of air. What does that mean? Right? So now we have a way to answer that question because we're more knowledgeable, and we have some very relevant pieces of information that we can share with people. But the bottom line is that scenario is that's a home that needs to be decontaminated. Different species of mold release different amounts of spores or fragments into the air, into the environment. They're aerosolized. These are now bioaerosols. They're still biotoxins. For example, Aspergillus versicolor, 17 to 170 times higher or more spore or fragments than Cladosporium. I mean, listen, I don't wake up and say, I want to go find out what species of mold releases more spores or fragments of their self into the atmosphere. I don't do that. I'm very thankful that these researchers do. But, you know, as we all know, the health risks for years have been associated with really nasty things. But again, our awareness creates a better pathway. It sheds light on what we should be looking for, and then what our end result should be for our remediation activities. When it comes to SEERS, and this is where this is not necessarily new, it's probably 3, 4, 5 years. I think 2019, there was a legal case where the diagnosis of SEERS was challenged. It actually was accepted. So since I think 2019, and I referenced this early on in this presentation, that now SEERS is a understood and accepted medical condition. But here's what happens. For those of you out there, the actual brain structure changes. And in fact, there's some very cool, very advanced technology out there today in the form of brain scanning of SEERS confirmed patients, whereby their brains look like the CTE damaged brains of professional athletes, because a lot of these contaminants cross the blood-brain barrier and literally changes the structure of the human brain. It's cuckoo crazy. It's bananas that we've been able to identify this. But because of that, the requirement for us to be aware of this, we don't have to be experts. I'm no experts on this stuff, but I have an understanding of what happens, and therefore it elevates my approach in how I deal with that client who's confirmed to be a SEERS patient. Even if they're not, they've got a mold allergy. And even if neither of the two are case, I'm making an assumption so that I don't leave any stone unturned, depending upon how I'm going to assess the building and then subsequently remediate it. The point here is that these people's brains change. The structure of the brain literally is measurable and it changes. That's a pretty scary thing, to me anyways. I'm sure it is to everybody else out there, but I can't see everybody else out there. Why is this the case? If we go back to Dr. Nazaroff and Cal Berkeley, the sub-2 micron particle, human hair, 50 to 180 microns. If you have any less, I'm losing mine. So, we have to go 0 to 180 here in some cases, right? But this is it right here. So below 2 microns, what happens is that particle, regardless if it's bacteria, a mold fragment, an endotoxin, actinobacteria, whether it's a mycotoxin, these are 2 microns and below predominantly. They go through, you breathe them in, either through nasally or through your mouth, and they go past the esophagus, through the bronchial tubes, deep into the alveoli, and are released into the bloodstream rather immediately. I'm sure everyone out there that's in attendance tonight has spoken to someone who says, I can't go in that room because if I do, within seconds or a couple of minutes, all of these things start kicking up. All of my symptoms kick in. This is why. It's what is the particle and how small is it? Because that, as has been studied and confirmed now, is very readily, deeply deposited into the lung, which goes into the bloodstream, which subsequently causes this chain reaction of events that is out of control. This particular slide is a representative of what I just talked about. I tend to use as my blood pressure cuff in a building, a lab that incorporates digital microscopy, and it looks at 100% of the slide. and it captures an image of that air spore trap sample. For those of you that are curious, this particular sample had 1.8 million Aspergillus penicillium types per cubic meter of air. Again, inhale deep right through this, right into the alveoli and deep into the alveoli and goes into the bloodstream. If you're genetically predisposed or immunologically predisposed, things start to happen very, very, very quickly. And even if you're not, some people are sensitized to mold. Well, we know that all mold can make anyone sick. It's a dose, duration, and over time, right? If you're in a contaminated environment long enough, you're going to have an effect. The biggest thing here that is very, 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 very challenging happens when these patients are finally get to a doctor. The doctors have the biggest challenge here. This is crazy. I just put this up here because the physicians that treat these people, predominantly SEERs, and for that matter, those who are immunologically sensitized, an allergy type patient, they got to look at everything. There's a lot that they have to do, and it takes a long time for them to be talking to those particular patients. There's a long road to hoe. They got to look at a lot of things. So our job is critical. The physician's job is very, very complex because they have to look at so many things biologically. In the end, and I want to leave a little bit of time here, when we're dealing with people that have allergies, when we're dealing with people that are SEERs, we have all dealt with them. It's not fun. In many cases, if it's a SEERs patient, right now I'm dealing with 2 referred to me from doctors outside. These folks are at the end of their rope. We know what causes it. And then Normie, in its charter, Guidon, is here to change the world. The more we know about what this causes, or the more we can uncover and properly diagnose through the certain testing, whether it's a swab or a spore trap or a viability test, or looking at PCR type testing. What are the endotoxins found? Using a beta glucan, getting a comprehensive diagnosis is going to help us. And of course, the last thing here is that the entire environment, if I go back, and I don't want to have to go back and look at all these slides, but if something started growing on a wall or a floor or a ceiling, it got into the air. It's by the time this was identified, the containment barrier isn't going to contain the biotoxins, which is why it is so critical for the Normie sanitization protocol to be comprehensively enacted and done correctly, because the whole environment, if this was a problem in the kitchen, there's a biotoxin in the bedroom, and vice versa. So we owe it to these buildings to do the best we can, and there's just so much information out there today that can help us be better at what we do to reverse this contamination. I'm going to stop sharing right now. And Lance, if you want to open it up, and I hope that made sense. There was a lot of stuff there. I just hope that logically it makes sense, that we have a lot more stuff that we could be looking at. We have the tools to do it. And Normie's at the forefront of this as it relates to what should you be looking at, and here's how you correct it.
Well, Skip, first thing, I want to thank you for doing that. It was a tremendous amount of information in there. And I do have a few questions I want to follow up with, and some of them were put in by some of our people here. But I want to kind of set the stage first to answer a question about why we don't, or why we haven't to this point reacted as aggressively towards these situations as some other parts of the world. Most of the people here in the room have seen somebody stung by a bee and have a reaction to it. Most of the people here have at some point seen somebody touch poison ivy and within a very short amount of time have a reaction to it. The biggest difference is you can see what's causing the problem. in what you're talking about, we're talking about microscopic organisms that people can't see. You know, it's just like saying, when's the last time you looked up in your house? Really? They don't look, they don't see, it doesn't exist. So I think that's one of the bigger things, that we're now dealing with a world that we can't see with the naked eye, and that's causing a lot of these issues. The comment came up the other day about doctors being so specialized in what they do that if they take care of your elbow and your hand hurts, they send you to another doctor.
Yeah.
But wait a minute, it's a few inches away. They don't do that. The double-edged sword to that, though, kind of works in our favor, because now we're having a lot of doctors actually researching this environmental medicine and getting very, very specialized into it. And these are the people doing the research and bringing this out to the forefront. So I see that as kind of working in our favor, even though we may have to run to 3 or 4 doctors because 2 different parts of our arm hurt. Right. So the question I have for you, why right now is there so much more research still being done outside of the US than in the US? If you can answer that in a G rating.
Well, number one, I would think that from 30,000 feet, the structures in Europe are a lot older than what they are here, right? That's first and foremost. Number two, they have probably, we're a very large country. It's a lot smaller over there. So the density of the population per structure is very different than it is here. We have, other than outside the coast. Thirdly, I think that's just been on their radar screen. For example, we can use rising damp. Rising damp is a term that we're using now. That originated, I think, it was England, right? That's rising damp. The stone foundations got wet and everything goes. I mean, that's a term that, as I understand it, started over there. So it's just an interest. I think it's an interest thing. Now, it's not that we're not studying this, the scientific community and healthcare practitioners and researchers aren't doing that. It's just that there's a lot of it all over the world. I mean, I can do any Google search and find scientific published studies here in the States very, very readily. I have a lot more than what I showed you here tonight, but I didn't want to bore people with this stuff. And by the way, I don't want to be, an expert on this. I just use this so that I can gain an understanding of what I should be looking at in that building. And even though you haven't asked the question, let me just close the loop here on this circle. In many regards, this is a very complex mathematical equation. And I don't need to be a mathematician if I understand what the formula is. And if I adhere to the formula, I can get to the answer. Even though we can't see this stuff, if we know we should be looking for actinobacteria, and there are labs out there that'll send us a kit that will be able to do that, where we can get an interpretive result. And I can look for beta glucans and I can look for VOCs. We have all that. These are tools that need to go into the toolbox.
So can I add a fourth reason? Difference between, I think, Europe and some of these Asia, some of the other countries compared to us. And I don't want to sound too political about this, but I think generally speaking, allopaths, the doctors that we deal with from the MD side of it, in America, we're more interested in dealing with symptoms than we are causes.
Yeah.
And truthfully, for most of us, if we have a headache, well, we want to lose weight, it's easier to take Ozempic than it is to stop eating and exercise.
Right.
We've got pain somewhere, we're going to take a medicine to deal with the pain rather than the symptom, rather than finding the cause. So in 2010, I was invited to speak in Los Angeles at the Alternative Therapies Conference for cancer therapies. And there were 1,700 doctors there. I was asked there to speak on the subject of mold and how we're talking about a long time ago,
yeah.
But I was there to talk about mold and the potential health effects related to mold, that what we knew then.
And what was interesting was that out of these 1,700 doctors, 85% of them were from outside of the United States. And the practices that they were using, the therapies that they were using, were not approved by the FDA in the States. And the practices that they were using were as a result of exactly what you just said, Skip, that they had been looking at studies for the cause, and then they were addressing the cause. And so with cancer, for instance, they were dealing with diet. They were dealing with hyperthermia. They were dealing with different pH diets, those sorts of things. It was just a completely different approach than in the allopath world, at least back then, was if you got cancer, let's cut it out, or let's radiate it. So I think I just think that's a factor. Like I said, I don't want to sound too political about it, but I think our approach to medicine has been completely different than what we see in Europe.
Yeah, a lot of these studies, the Finnish studies that I started off with, it's a holistic approach. Is that a Finnish study or is that normie? Is that a Finnish study or normie? It's a holistic approach because you will not solve the problem if you don't look at the source. Right. And then you're not going to solve the problem if you think that you only have to reduce quantitatively the amount of mold spores in a containment area. You're missing the containment areas for the most part, right? It's a fraction of the total cubic amount of air in a building. And the rest of it is contaminated, and we're only focused on what's behind the plastic. So cannot pay enough homage to the sanitization protocol and high-level disinfecting cleaning to remove these particulates. Because, hey, look, you've interacted with Dr. Remy and Dr. Heyman, right? If you don't remove the endotoxins to the extent that you can, or the actinobacteria, that person is not going to get better. They just won't, because they still are exposed. So it's a big, big, big job. And I suggest that to all my fellow colleagues out there in attendance tonight, and those that will be here in the future, whether we realize it or not, we're becoming more closely aligned to high-level hospital infectious disease cleaning professionals and biotechnology decontamination professionals, period. That's where we're at. Yeah. Because those are the two, that's what the world knows right now. That's the SpaceX of decontaminating microbial contamination. It's both of those two. One doesn't supersede the other. In combination, you will get the cleanest environment there is, period, if done properly.
Hey, Skip, I have a question here from one of our viewers tonight. I want to put it out there to you and Doug. I'm comfortable with my own answer on this, and I want to remind you, we only have a little bit before the top of the hour, because I know this will go on for a long time, but here's the question. If a property insurance company will pay for a mold inspection and testing for an affected property, then why won't a health insurance company pay for a mold inspection and testing to evaluate someone if their home is killing them? I'm sure we could do an easy hour on that, but I think the short answer is that they're staying in their lane, they're avoiding knowing, so they have to deal with the issue?
Well, here's my personal opinion on this. Mr. President, I look forward to your response. If the EPA, which we already know, their base study said 85% of the buildings in this country have IEQ contamination. 50% had signs of water damage at the time of the assessment, and over 50% of them are contaminated. How much is that going to cost to fix? That's if that isn't the definition of Pandora's box. And then there's another reason why the EPA, CDC, NIH aren't telling people why these are unhealthy, because the magnitude of the problem exceeds the amount of money we have. So we have to be very systematic right now. We have to go about this very specifically. It's not a shotgun approach. We have to, and this is why Normie has the ability to get people to start thinking differently about how are they going to cover this from an insurance standpoint, and can we get these regulatory agencies to start saying, here's why it's unhealthy, and here's how we're going to fix it. Mr. President.
So I'll just tell you, I think the interesting thing about this is it kind of goes back to what we just talked about. It's about informing people that they have to deal with the cause, not the symptom.
And unfortunately, our society often they just don't know how to exist without insurance. They expect insurance to pay for the symptom, for the problem, rather than looking at the cause and saying, look, how can I keep an environment dry? How can I make sure, using IAQ management, that my home will never get to a situation where it's water damaged? Or if it is water damaged, how do I fix it so I'm not going to have a problem forever? You know, one of the interesting things you said that I just want to underscore, Skip, and great job, by the way. Love this. This is really what we need to talk about. But probably a lot of people in the room tonight heard terms that they've not been familiar with, actinos, endotoxins, biotoxins. And what you did was you laid out, I think, a beautiful picture of the whole microbial contamination issue, much, 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 much bigger than mold. And that's the kind of thing we talk about in the NCRSI class. And I wish, you know, in a perfect world, if I were running the world, all of our Normie members would take that class so that they would understand how to utilize EnviroBiomics and Respirari and blah, 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 and at least be familiar with it. Because as you said, and I think you're exactly correct, you used the word intervention. I'm just going to put a different term on that, but the traditional remediation processes just are not effective for the majority of the people. And we've got to learn how to do our jobs better. I'm just saying.
Well, there's no, and in order to do so, you have to understand what is it that you're trying to solve. And that's this type of information, which you don't have to be Einstein to have a working comprehensive knowledge of what this means, right? The other thing is, if we are and should, not necessarily tomorrow, but we're migrating towards this industry is going to be more closely aligned to hospital infectious disease decontamination cleaning, biotechnology, environmental decontamination. Then if you go to the doctor, first thing you do is put the blood pressure cuff on you. That's why I said this, that example of that spore trap sample, that's my blood pressure cuff, because I can see what's there. It measures 100% of the slide, and pictorially, I can present this. Nathan, this is what you're breathing. Yeah. And holy cow. So that's my blood pressure. So I'm using analogies. Secondly, if I see that, I can go, you know what? This is telling me I need to take an X-ray. And what is that X-ray going to be? EnviroBiomics. I want to do a bacterial and endotoxin and actino test in here. And by the way, guess what? They've already said the doctor wants that. And they've already said the doctor wants an ERMI. And the doctor said they want a Hertz Me too. So if the doctors are saying this, and this is what we're going at here, this is a collaboration between the patient, the doctor, the HVAC company, which I haven't even gotten into today. We stand on it, but guess what? The Normie trained professional, and if you go through this NCRSI NCMP class, you're positioning yourself within the market that you're operating on, regardless of what you're doing, is to being the subject matter expert. And every single market all over the world needs somebody who understands this stuff, because the people that are affected are looking for hope. They want hope that they can talk to somebody and get the right information. And when people call us, they go, that's the closest thing I've gotten to what my doctor is telling me I got to deal with. I call all these other companies, they don't know what the hell I'm talking about. And I'll tell you what, I'm new to Normie. I couldn't tell you, I got to raise the biggest Normie flag I can find on the planet, because this is the knowledge entity. This is going to teach people in the masses about what this really is and what the source is, and solve the problem and not put a Band-Aid on it.
Yeah.
We are at the top of the hour, but I do have one comment I want to repeat from somebody in the room, and then we have a hand raised for another question. But real quick, Skip, the question I asked you earlier that you responded to, one of our members kind of responded at the same time, and they responded in a way that you physically can't. They did it in 5 words. Follow the money, Big Pharma.
I saw that pop up on the screen. Yeah,
Yeah.
and guess what?
And Randall's in the room, and I'm going to open up his mic here. You had a question for us. Go ahead, Randall.
Thank you.
There you go.
Great stuff. Yes, go ahead.
Well, let me just say this again, just to balance that off. Big pharma exists because we want the drugs.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Hey, there's a confirmation happening tomorrow, perhaps. We'll see. Might make a difference.
Yes.
So my question was, but I'll make a quick comment. You talked about the client patient, not patient for us, but the client can't see things. I will, we've already talked, some of us have already talked a little bit about the Immunolytics gravity plate concept. That my job with that, when I was talking with friends, family, and neighbors, is, hey, it's not as bad as you think. Many times it looks worse. They can see that. And now you have to help interpret what is a concern and what is not based on what the criteria that's been developed over decades of several doctors analyzing the data. It's very visually powerful, and it's really critical to not overstate it, because people can easily jump to oh no, this looks horrible, when it's not. And so on, but sometimes it is horrible. But my question is on the treatments, and I think you kind of touched on this, like you say, with the sanitization protocol. The things I've seen, mold spores tend to be one of the hardest things to kill. The bacteria, viruses, and lots of other stuff tend to get done earlier. So we're already focusing on the technologies and methods that will kill the stuff we haven't tested for. If we just test for some of the, we don't have to test for everything on that list, and we're still using technologies that will cleanse a whole bunch of it. But then I'm going to add some things I've heard that I'm using. I've heard, and I need to research further, that they may neutralize mycotoxins, some citrus-based things and some other things to some degree on the more powerful things. That seems like a path of us pursuing what methods can go after the whole ball of wax, even if you haven't tested for the whole ball of wax, or more of the ball of wax, I should say, that will help neutralize more of the things in the environment, even if you went after the most obvious ones. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And I'm not hearing that you're saying there's a silver bullet out there, but there's, right? I get that. Well, mycotoxins are different, and microscopic maple syrup, right? They can be aerosolized, they're attached, they're sticky, they stick to surfaces. I haven't seen anything yet that's been in a reproducible way with statistical relevancy that says XYZ process solves the problem. What we do know from the hospital infectious disease decontamination cleaning is that it's multi-step, and it involves a couple of things. First and foremost, if you're not cleaning biofilms off of surfaces, you are not going to destroy the microorganisms that are growing in it. So you have to clean first in order to remove the biofilms before you even disinfect and decontaminate and sanitize. There's a very specific process. Again, I defer back to hospital infectious disease cleaning, and what I'm referring to is the difference between cleaning, sanitization, and sterilization. That's a 99.9, 99.99, 99.999 log reduction. But you can't disinfect if you haven't cleaned first, because you're not going to get those reductions. And I can prove that every which way from Sunday with an ATP monitor. So I think that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just got to see how other people do it that have been tried and true for a very long time. Every time you go into an operating room, or you know somebody that's gone into an operating room, that has been high-level decontamination, disinfecting, cleaning. And it does a good job, but it's manual cleaning isn't the only thing that gets you 100%. It can't. Human error.
Can I? I'm sorry. Let me just add something, if I can, about testing. And Randy, I think this is to your point. We are so much further ahead of the game than we were 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, which is just exciting to me about where we're headed. And some of the things that we're going to be learning and finding out about how to deal with mycotoxins is really, I think, on the horizon, pretty close to us. But I can tell you, when I started selling air purifiers in 1996, I knew that ozone killed mold. We didn't have testing for it, but anecdotally, you could see it. You could put an ozone machine in a place where there was visible mold growing on the wall, and it would turn to powder, and you could wipe it off the wall. But then came testing, which was really interesting, not only on ozone, but on PCO technology, on ionization, on the DBI. All of a sudden, they were able to prove clinically and in field studies that it was dealing with Stachybotrys, which is one of the hardest molds to actually eliminate. There was actually we found that testing was done on methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, one of the hardest bacteria to kill. And so what I'm saying is we're moving in the right direction. Hang on. Eventually, the science is going to be there. And that's why it's so important for us to be constantly learning and staying in touch with, just as Skip has done tonight, looking at the studies, looking at clinical studies, looking at field studies, doing case studies. All of that is so important because we can only know what we know, but we're learning more and more every single day. And that's just an exciting place to be.
You know, I want to quote Gavin real quick, Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, because he said it numerous times, follow the science.
Yes.
And that's where we're really heading right now. And truthfully, and it's something that you just said, Doug, that just keeps something in my mind. You said about, killing different organisms. It's easy to kill the organisms, but you have to do it in a way where you don't kill the host, if it's a person infected by it, or create an environment that's so toxic people can't go into it. The whole concept of use bleach because it kills Ebola. Oh, if it kills Ebola, it'll take care of everything. Ebola is described as a wimpy virus or bacteria or whatever it is because it's easy to kill. But when you're dealing with envelope, non-envelope, positive, negative gram bacteria, what scares the scientists the most are spores.
Yeah.
It's the hardest thing for them to deal with. And that's what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there are technologies out there. There are chemicals that do eradicate all of it. Period. There are sporicidals out there that, by virtue of their definition as, for example, cold sterilants. I'm not going to go down that. By virtue of the definition, U.S. Pharmacopoeia 1072, a sterilant is an agent that destroys all forms of microbial life and their spores in either its liquid or vapor format. But the problem is, right, endotoxins are a fragment of that bacterial wall. And if you kill it and you leave it in the environment, we all know now, after today, everybody's smarter because I did a great job tonight showing that if it was on the surface, it got in the air, it goes back on the floor, you walk past the floor, it goes back and you breathe it, you've left a contaminant in there. That's why this is so difficult. It is very meticulous. It has to be done in a certain way. You can't go in there with a rag and just wipe stuff off. It has to be methodical, meticulous, and technique dependent. Anyway.
So Doug, how do we raise his enthusiasm? How do we get him more engaged in this discussion?
One of the things I love about
you did a great
Skip,
job.
He shares our passion, and I just think it's a phenomenal opportunity that we have to change the lives of millions of people by creating cleaner, safer, healthier environments. I just wish more of our Normie members would get on board and get beyond the basic class and start taking some advanced classes. It's not about money as much as it is about education and staying up with the science. Because if you don't, you'll be left behind, right, Skip?
Yeah, you're already it's already past you. If you for those of you out there that have witnessed some of this tonight, if you elect not to do this, somebody in your market is going to know this.
Yeah.
And you are going to be replaced. This is where it's going.
Yeah.
Doug, I talked right before I knew who Mr. President was. I've been talking about this in my marketplace for 5 years. People thought I was nuts. They thought I was crazy. Custer, I have more arrows in my back than you can possibly imagine. Guess what? We're here now.
Yeah.
5 years.
That's right. We are.
If you don't know this stuff, not to recite it verbatim, but to have a comfortable working understanding of the complexities of the contaminants in a water damaged building or structure, somebody in your marketplace is going to know it, and they're going to be the go-to.
Well, what you did tonight, Skip, was help take the people here in this room or anybody else that's watching this past the I've witnessed the bee sting and see a reaction.
Yeah.
Now they know there's other things they can't see causing the same type of reaction.
Yeah, I know we've gone really long. Let me just leave it at this. When I share what I just talked about tonight to people who say, I'm so sick, and then after we do the sanitization protocol in its entirety, if it was a remediation, we did that appropriately, but we left the house in as microbially decontaminated state as we possibly could, they go, I feel so much better. And I say, do you want to know why? Because here's all the testing. And you know what they say? No, I don't need to know why. That's what happens.
Yeah.
Some of them do, but you know, that's it. I mean, it's
Right.
we're a hell of a lot more aligned. Hospital infectious disease, biotechnology, than we ever possibly could have imagined. And it all
Absolutely.
started with what Normie started 20 years ago, almost 21 years ago.
Skip, thank you again. Doug, anything else?
Thanks, Skip. Great job, man.
Okay, everybody. One more time. I am back here live at the Experience Trade Show again, and I have Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner with us from GBAC and ISSA. I think it's the easiest way to describe it.
We've got a lot of acronyms there.
Yes,
haven't
we do. Yes, lots of initials. Hey, one of the things I really want to tell you most about this interview is I get to stop for a few minutes. We have been talking to so many people today and doing so many things. It's been a very, very busy show the last 2 days.
The energy level at the Experience here in Las Vegas has just been amazing. But the people that have come here looking for ways to improve, people who have come here with looking for solutions, people are looking for collaboration. I was just in a conversation a minute ago where someone said, well, I tried this, it didn't work the way I was expected. And someone else in the audience went, oh, I do it this way. And suddenly you've got this translation, this sharing of information that's going to improve our industry and improve their businesses because they came to the experience. It's just phenomenal.
Well, you did a talk this morning, and it was a newer concept that a lot of people are familiar with. And that's all I've been getting all day long. People coming up to say, hey, you were in the interview. What was that he was talking about? Do you have any information? I said, no, you're going to talk to Gavin yourself. Let him explain this and get a training course on it.
I think what we're talking about, Lance, is really radical. It's radical in a way that if people can understand that harmful, detrimental germs like bacteria, mold, yeast, don't live in isolation. They live in cities of microorganisms. They live in communities. And those cities of microorganisms are called biofilms. But our whole approach to remediation, restoration, cleaning has been one bacteria at a time. The way that we look at our cleaning products, our disinfectants, where we should be more focused on how does a community of bacteria survive on a surface? How do they help each other? And how does that make our job more challenging? And what processes and products and tools and equipment do we use to create a healthier and safe environment? But more importantly, show it by data, show it by information.
One of the conversations I had with somebody after your talk was they were asking about, well, I'm not quite sure. I mean, about seeing a bacteria in a city. And I said, well, look at it this way. Your eyes aren't good enough to see a bacteria. When you see something growing there, that's a city of bacteria.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, and this is really important that bacteria will grow on surfaces and it's colorless, it's invisible, and there might be 3 to 4 cell layers thick, and we won't see that. But in a biofilm, the different types of bacteria work together and they produce a protective covering. So it's a little bit like a building with scaffolding all around the building, but the scaffolding is solid. It's all filled in, and it protects the inside of the building. So imagine that these bacteria do this protective covering. It's called EPS, and that protects the bacteria inside, which makes it more challenging, more difficult for the disinfectant or the clean product to actually get into those into the harmful bacteria and kill them. And we find that because we're not focusing on that, we tend to go back and go, oh, I removed this, or I thought I cleaned it, but now the problem's even worse, or it came back. And so we've got to actually change our processes, look at it, revisit our products and tools, and look at this more as we are dealing with cities of microorganisms, not just one or two.
Well, you had mentioned this morning something that really I found astounding, that some of the things that we use to treat the biological contaminants, the bacteria in this case, kill the bacteria, but it gets replaced by a different type of bacteria that could be worse.
Yeah, so there's people like Greg Whiteley in Australia, Stephanie Dancer in Scotland, who've been researching biofilms for years. And I want to emphasize, biofilms been known in so many other industries. We'll take all those lessons learned from other industries and we'll bring them into our industry. Mm-hmm. But the importance is that with this protective layer, when you remove, say, use a disinfectant, research has shown if you remove harmful bacteria with a disinfectant, then when they come back, it's more likely to get more harmful bacteria. If you use a probiotic product, or if you use an enzyme cleaner, or even if you just use soap and water like just a detergent, we find that when you remove the harmful bacteria, non-harmful, so environmental bacteria come in and take over that space. So it means that, yes, you've still got bacteria on the surface, but they're beneficial bacteria. They're environmental bacteria that are not harmful.
It's like within your digestive system, there's good bacteria and bad bacteria. Correct. And you need the good bacteria.
Yeah, and we need to appreciate from our industry that there is good bacteria. So we see biofilms being used for waste management. We see biofilms being used in the food production industry, all for good purposes.
Septic systems.
Correct.
Okay. Well, you had mentioned about the scaffolding around protecting the bacteria. Is that like positive and negative gram bacteria, or is that something in addition to what you're talking about?
Yeah, so there is that definition between the different types of bacteria. What we find in a biofilm, we can get lots of different species of bacteria. We can find that there is certain species like a bacillus, which secretes it's like a protein, a polysaccharide, a peptide, different products that then protect Staphylococcus aureus. And we know that Staphylococcus aureus causes skin infections, for example.
MRSA you're talking about.
Yeah. So drug-resistant type Staph aureus. But what we're finding through research, and we've known this for a while, that some bacteria work together with Staphylococcus aureus and protect it. And so we have to understand that when we pick up a cleaning product or a disinfectant, and we always say, read the label, and it says effective against one bacteria, in the real world, that's not real.
Right.
In the real world, those bacteria are living as a colony, as a biofilm. And so we want to help work with our manufacturers to start producing product that actually works on this city of microorganisms.
Do they use anything like an antibiotic to treat these biofilms?
That's a great question. So a lot of the drug-resistant germs that we see in hospitals have led through antibiotic use, even cleaning product use. And so biofilms actually lead to being resistant, making the antibiotics less effective. So it's really important as we try to target, what areas do we target? As we target the cell wall, for example, as we target the replication, multiplication, growth areas of the bacteria. So it's really important that a lot of people who work in, say, hospitals understand this. A lot of people that work in the food industry understand this. Those that work maybe in the nuclear industry, we get biofilms, pipes, the plumbers, you see biofilms build up on pipes. They understand that there is ways of removing those bacteria. But even in the medical world, we understand that biofilms can lead to greater antibiotic resistance, and that's a big problem.
So with this removal, like you're talking about pipes, if you remove that sludge that's in there, what do you do with it not to contaminate something else?
Yeah, great question, Lance. So let's go back to our definition of cleaning, and everyone's got to be clear on this. It's what makes us professional. What makes us essential as an industry is that we know how to remove. So cleaning is the process of removing. The next step in that process is disposing of what you've just removed in a way that's safe. And that's what makes us professional, where other people might remove it and don't know how to dispose of it. So yeah, when you get buildup of a biofilm in a pipe on a surface, yes, we've got to remove it, but we've also got to know how to dispose of it safely.
Is there any regulations on that, like there is on asbestos and lead, that you can't just throw it out or send it to a dump?
It's a good question. I work a lot in high consequence diseases. So if I'm dealing with an Ebola outbreak, yes, there are rules. There are regulations. There are requirements of what we can do and can't do with Ebola waste, with Ebola vomit and diarrhea as we clean that up. Yes. So we have to, so it's really important. Are those rules well known? I don't think they are. I think this is an opportunity for education, awareness, and training to help people be more professional.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned septic systems earlier, there's all kinds of bacteria down there growing, and it's going into the ground. It can seep into well water and stuff like that. Is that a concern when you try to clean these systems out?
Yeah, it is. It is. So we know that the chemicals we use, we know the germs that we're removing can actually, if we don't do this properly, can get into other systems. And so it's so important. We know that within our industry, cross-contamination is a big issue. Yeah, we can use the same cleaning cloth, whether it be a microfiber or a cotton rag or a mop, and if we don't use it properly, we can spread it to other rooms. And one of the big cases that I investigated a few years ago was a norovirus outbreak in a hotel, and it affected 350 people got sick at 9 different events over a 30-day period. And what was the problem? A dirty vacuum cleaner.
Spreading it from one place to another.
Every day. And that kept the outbreak going. And that was a norovirus outbreak.
Amazing. Well, it was educational, and everybody left talking about that presentation this morning. It was looking at the industry differently, shaking it up, definitely.
I think you're right, Lance. And it's what we're trying to do is trying to create opportunities. And so I talked a lot about how clean is a locker room, and how does the indoor air quality in a locker room, as well as what's on the surfaces, how dirty the surfaces are or how clean the surfaces are, and how does that affect performance of athletes. And that's known. There's been science, there's been research done on that. And then how do we, here in our industry, work with the professional athletes, college athletes, high school athletes, to ensure that we get them at their peak performance, because we, again, focus on cleaning for health, but we focus on indoor air quality as well as surfaces.
So I can see the professional gambling industry getting involved in the health of the athletes' indoor air quality.
Yeah, really important, Lance. There's a couple of studies out there that we know that have they've been looked at Major League Baseball pitchers, quarterbacks from the NFL, and how that the quality of the air in the locker room, in their environment, actually affects their reaction rates, for example. That's known. I was working with a professional football team just recently, and I was talking to the coaches and the players about injuries. And they said, oh, yeah, we get cuts, abrasions, and they don't heal. And I said, well, that's a biofilm problem. The biofilm was formed on that burn, that injury on your leg, and it doesn't heal. And there's been some well-published articles where football players have taken months, even years to heal. And what it was interesting, they thought it was the playing field, and went, no, it's not. It might be, but what more importantly, it's this environment here in the locker room, the gymnasium, the hot tub, the cold tub that keeps reinfecting, that keeps that infection cycle going.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing stuff.
Which I hope is opportunities. I hope people can see this as, if we start doing what other industries are doing when it comes to biofilm. So like the food industry, dairy farms, if you start looking at biofilm in the way they have those conversations in hospitals, for example, on medical equipment, if we take those lessons learned, apply them to our industry, and put that in a way that, yes, we can increase performance of professional athletes, we can create safer and healthier indoor spaces, because we understand how microorganisms, how germs live in the environment.
So slightly off topic, when you deal with mold, does that exist in the same biofilm environment as bacteria?
Yes, it does. Yes. Yeah. So I want to emphasize biofilms can occur in both wet or moist environments, but also dry environments. And so when we look at mold, and I think, I was just asked about some social media postings and what my opinion was on the way that they were addressing mold. And I said, yeah, I appreciate they're trying, but what they're not doing is cleaning the mold, removing the mold based on science or what we know, what Normie knows, what you teach in the Normie courses. And wouldn't it be great if we could take that passion, that enthusiasm of the social media, the TikTok people, and actually give them a solution that's known to be proven by science to work, because they're trying to educate a greater audience, and they're doing their best, but not everything they're doing is 100% correct.
And unfortunately, some of the people putting information out there aren't putting out, if not all of the correct information, a slanted view of the information to make sales and for other reasons. And that's unfortunate.
It is, but it's what makes our industry so special, because we deal with passionate people. And when you have passionate, enthusiastic people, you have opinions. And unfortunately, some of those opinions, even in the year of 2024, are still, not just decades old, but centuries old. That's last year's that was the information we had in the 1800s. We don't do that now. We clean based on data, based on science, based on all those lessons learned, based on all the research and development that's gone into our industry. And we do it because this is what we know. This is what we know to do. And so important that as professionals, we translate and share that information. So those influencers out there are wonderful, but what we want them is to say, this is what works. Get everyone to do this.
Informed influencers are what we want.
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah. And not somebody just because it's a hot topic, running with it, the shock jocks, as you would call them, from radio. It's really people that are informed, being the influencers for the right reason.
And that's a really good point, because mold can be everywhere. And it's not a disaster. It's not a catastrophe. It's not an emergency. It's giving the people the right knowledge, tools, and equipment to address mold themselves, so they do it safely, and they create safer indoor spaces for their families and their loved ones.
Absolutely. Well, I know I've been talking since about 8 o'clock this morning. I think you have too.
I am just so impressed that here in Las Vegas, I had the experience that the level of energy is pretty high.
Oh, very high.
The level of engagement and the level of sharing of information has been fantastic. Yeah, I don't think from probably 8 o'clock this morning till whatever time it is this afternoon, it's been constant conversation. It's been wonderful.
It is nonstop. I mean, we have a sign up board here for people that want to do interviews, and sometimes you run over a few minutes and they're waiting, tapping their foot, is it my turn yet? And we get there as fast as we can.
And I think that's what's so important, Normie, from an example of what Normie does as an organization, what ISSA does as an organization. We take these wonderful people and we try to form functional teams.
Teams is a key word.
Yeah.
Because that's what it's going to take. Not one person, not one company is going to fix the problems that we have with our environment.
It is. It's going to take a team. And the thing is, we can do that. I'm very confident that we have, amongst us, we have the potential, the opportunity to get really good people together to form functional teams that go back to cleaning and ensuring that what we do is professional, makes our industry essential, and it elevates where we should be in society, in the community, in discussions. Because if we don't do our job, then everyone complains. If we do our job, we don't get recognized. And that's what we need to change.
I think one of the biggest problems our industry has is we're dealing with microscopic entities. And people, if they don't see it, smell it, taste it, or hear it, it doesn't exist until they get sick from it. It's not like smog. It's not something you smell in the air. And that's really, I think, the hardest thing that we have to overcome.
And that's a great point, Lance. If you're seeing the bacteria, if you're seeing the mold, if you can smell it, if you're getting impacted by it, then it's too late.
Right. But it's got your interest.
Yeah.
Or your attention at the very least.
Yeah, and that puts us in the game of prevention. How do you sell prevention?
Yeah, from something you can't see.
Correct.
I look forward to finding the answer on that with you.
We are going to work together, and
Mm-hmm.
I think that as we do that, and especially with the people we've talked to here, here in Vegas at the experience, as long as we take that team approach, we're going to have a significant impact, and we're going to do great things.
Absolutely. Just as a tease, I just want to throw out a website, NormiPro, NORMIPRO, ETF, environmentaltaskforce.org. Keep an eye on that site. A lot more coming.
Oh, I think it's a wonderful idea, Lance. It's going to be brilliant.
I thank you for your time. We'll do this, I'm sure, quite a bit more as we go on over the next few months. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think it's important that if anyone needs help, reach out to us. That's what we're here to do.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lance.
Welcome to episode 23 of Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. My name is Kayla McGowan. I'm R&R's editor-in-chief and responsible for the educational tracks at The Experience. Today, my special guest is a very special friend of mine, former publisher and lifelong Ohio native. Today's special guest is Michael Balzano. Not only is he a native, he's an avid sports fan, a graduate of Kent State, and now resides in Naples, Florida. Please welcome Michael Balzano.
Hey, Kayla, how you doing?
Good. How are you? Welcome.
Good. Thank you. I love what you've done with the place. It looks great. We have that crazy ass song still as the opening, which is great. It's a set I know and love, and I'm so happy that you're resurrecting this podcast, which meant so much to me. Thank you.
You are so welcome. I don't know if I'm going to be able to follow in your footsteps. You set expectations there with the fun facts, the music, your personality. So I'm excited to have you as the first guest. I think this is very much deserved, and no other way I'd want to start this podcast series for the upcoming year.
Well, thank you very much. It was, we started this because we as everybody knows, BNP Media purchased the experience a few years ago. And I thought, well, we're not really marrying R&R in the event. We got to find some way individually to do it. And what I found instantly was, and I've said this on a few other podcasts, everybody that was on this show, all the restoration leaders, all the cleaning leaders, marketing leaders, I asked them, why did you get in the industry? And every one of them said, I wanted to help people. And it always stuck with me. And I thought, well, what a cool industry this is. It's kind of beautiful when you think about it, Kayla, right?
It really is. I think it really, truly takes special people, right? We are helping people on a regular basis. I like to call ourselves the first responders of our industry, right? Because we're oftentimes there in times of crisis. And just meeting with everybody and hearing their story is so beautiful because you don't know. You see people at face value. Most times you've met them in the middle of their career and you just think, wow, they've been here for 20, 30 years. And that's not necessarily the case. So, looking back at this and really talking about all the people we have and, who's part of who are part of the programs and everything like that, who do you think had the most memorable intro to the industry?
What do you mean? I mean, as far as for me,
as your guest, as the guest that you've had on this, like who was the most unique? Maybe they just happened to stumble upon it. Maybe they actually had a disaster themselves, right?
Yeah, they all had. I started asking questions too of everybody about halfway through, saying, tell me something unique about yourself that no one would know. And some of the answers were amazing. But as far as interviews go, I mean. First thing that comes to mind is Ed Cross was great. He always is. And everybody knows he was a rocker and a drummer. And he yelled at me because I called him a percussionist. He goes, I'm a drummer, man. I'm not a percussionist. All right. Easy.
Very proper.
Yes. So he was fun. I get some good stories about Barry Costa right off the bat was amazing. Maybe in a little bit we'll talk about that because I had something specifically he said that I still think about to this day. And it's just every one of them. And I think that maybe not just this industry, but any industry in general, you peel back the onion a little bit. It's kind of cool. All the lives these people have had in the past and how they've somehow wound up here. Randy Gandara, of course, was a Michael Jackson impersonator. Like, what? Where did that come from? And now he's doing great things with Goldmore and our friends from Normie, and it goes on and on. Even was fortunate to talk to Tag Henderson, who's the CEO of our company, BNP Media, because, it's funny. The sale was almost 3 years ago now, and still people don't realize that BNP owns the experience. I said, "Hey, boss, would you mind coming on?" And I was happy and terrified when he said, "Yeah, sure, you can interview me." I'm like, "Oh, crap. All right, great."
You're like, no, wait, I was hoping you would say no.
No, I don't have time for that, Mike. Okay, I understand, sir. But he was amazing. He was amazing. Our guy, it's a family-run organization, almost 100 years old. And I think the title of that episode was the family media company purchased the family event of the restoration industry. And, I learned so much from so many people. I always like to say I'm not the new Larry Cooper. And Larry got mad at me for saying that until I explained to him. I go, no, man, what I mean is, for a number of reasons. Most importantly, you've been in the cleaning and restoration industry for 30 years. I've been in B2B media for 30 years, but I don't know anything about this. When I first walked in, I know some now, but let's get the people who know what they're talking about on here. And if you're going to come to me about truck mounts and stuff, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That at the time. So I took this as a learning opportunity. I didn't pretend I was real technical with the people because I couldn't be. And we learned about them. And as you're finding out, I'm going to let you talk in a minute. As you're finding out right now, people love talking about themselves, and it just kind of flows. And that was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I'm so happy you're doing this. By the way, this is we forgot. I'm so excited about starting. This is our Christmas episode.
Yes.
Your background looks great. I got my red Christmas jacket on, and I wish everybody a Merry Christmas. So now I'll shut up.
Yeah. Merry Christmas and happy holidays to everybody. Honestly, I think we knew this was going to be a very talkative episode. We are both very social people. We love to talk, and working together is always a great time. But I think there's so much to learn about all of this. What was the reasoning or motivation to have trade talks? I think that's really important for people to understand as well.
Well, R&R is restoration and remediation, and I tried to say, okay, we need to boost our cleaning. We need to boost our cleaning because we own the experience now, and we were R&R for so long. It just felt like a round peg in a square hole, whatever that expression is. And let's just be who we are. We're good friends with so many cleaning organizations and trade shows. Let's just let them be great at that. But we definitely need a bridge to the show. And I felt that this was a good thing. Our editor at the time was doing, as you are now, Ask the Experts and all sorts of different videos. And we have some great people like Ben Riccardi. I'm not going to mention any names. A lot of great contributors sending their videos in. Yeah. But I said, I could be the one, since I'm the publisher, even though editors are supposed to do this, I could be the one that we're supposed to be as the business people. I'm the one guy that kind of is on both sides of this. I'd be the one to do this. I'm happy to try. I'll be the guinea pig. And it worked out. And it worked out great, I think.
I think you did a great job. I think also, there's nerves and anxiety about, hosting podcasts, especially when we're talking to industry experts. It can be a little intimidating. But I think the beautiful thing with the positions you and I hold is we know we have so much to learn, right? I've been in the industry for quite some time, but I feel like I still learn. I too am not a very technical person. I know the who's, and I know, situational things and things like that. But I think there's just so much for people to offer. And it's a great thing to use to bridge the gap. I think, speaking of Ask the Expert, I have a couple episodes coming up, one of which I talked to one of our industry's leading inspectors, and we talk about how, inspection, cleaning, restoration, health, and safety. I mean, all the things actually marry. And that's what the experience is all about. Though BNP Media owns it and R&R has a very heavy hand in the sessions, that's where we come in, right? We link all of the sub-industries to the main industry, right? And I think it's a beautiful thing, and it gives people the opportunity, like you said, to talk about themselves because, one, if you're coming to the experience for the first time or the 100th time, you may make your decision on what sessions you're going to go to based on what you know about these people, right?
Who are you? All right, you can talk to me about drying. You talk to me about all that stuff, and that's that. We need to know that. That's the reason for our brand and the other brands. But who are you? Let's figure out. Let's crack the code a little bit. I learned this year a lot. I think this might be a little bit arrogant, but I'm going to go for it anyway. I think that on the political landscape, as everybody, we're so divided and everything. But if you didn't know who the other guy was voting for, chances are we'd be best friends, man. I find that out all the time. And it's just, if it's just that one thing, and it's an important thing, yes, but let's get past that and get back to just finding out what these people are really about and move on from there. And I think that I was happy that we were able to get a lot of the people who are leaders of the experience in our industry to kind of open up and say a bunch of silly things and fun things. And it was great. I mean, several of them, my friend Amanda Stichter, as well as Doug Hoffman from Normie recorded records. Like what?
Yeah.
Records, yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah,
You just don't know. And I think the cool thing about this is, you know, if you look at the industry collectively and you know people for just that, what they're great at, right? You don't really know people's backstory unless you know them on a personal level. And though you know a lot of people on a personal level, there's always that extra layer of you don't really know this person. Like you kind of do, but you really don't, you know? And I think that's the one thing that's really cool. So speaking of unique things, what's one unique thing about you?
Oh, wow. You're right at it. Okay.
I mean, you're in the hot seat now.
I was waiting for the end. I was calm. That's a good interviewing tactic. You caught me off guard. Oh, crap. Okay. When I went out of high school, you know what? People aren't going to be that surprised if you really think about it with this. But when I graduated from high school, I didn't go to college. I didn't go into a trade or start a cleaning business or restoration, which I probably, looking back, any of those would have been better choices than me. I was a DJ. I was a DJ on the air and in clubs for a while, for several
years. You have a
radio
voice, I will say. I could totally see that. Not going to lie to you.
It was fun. I started out in the middle of the fun. You get what you can get when you're starting out. I was making about $3 an hour overnight on a country station. And I'm not a country fan then or now. And I was playing like Willie Nelson records and crap in the middle of nowhere, Ohio. You know, but it was fun. It was just fun. It was interesting and sometimes you look back and think, man, I wish I'd have stuck it out, you know, but it was the money thing and went incredible stories, nutty stories. I was able to eventually decided to go back to school and went to Kent State. And actually the DJing in the bars put myself through that. So that helped out.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
You know, you still have a love for, you know, spinning records. Have you done it recently?
No, that's not even a thing anymore. But I mean, it's spun into, as far as the radio kind, now it's things like this, podcasting and whatnot, and it emerges and evolves and whatnot. But everybody loves music. I do too. But yeah, I remember distinctly when I was about 19 at a bar. I used to work for when I was in the club scene. I worked for a company who put us at different bars, to do it. And one of them was just the flat out mob bars, a mafia bar, right? I was just a little kid. They had the same vowel on the end of my name that they did. Not to besmirch my Italian friends, but it was. I went up to the guy's office. You know, we talked to new DJ. And he came up and he had a big gun right there on the table in the middle of us. He said, "Why don't you play this and this and this?" I said, "You got it."
Yeah, I am not going to say no. If you were wondering, yes, I will say yes to whatever you would like.
I mean, in nightclubs, anybody who's been a bartender or anything, meet some interesting folks at those clubs. So anyway, it was fun, and eventually I got into sales. So that's what led us to here.
Yeah. So how did you get into sales?
Well, I mean, I graduated from Kent State, and I had a couple. It was a short time in some medical sales, and a short time in a couple other things. And finally, a good friend of mine was a big salesperson at a B2B media company in Cleveland called Advanced Communications. He goes, "Mike, why don't you quit messing around and come into, advertising sales?" Like, oh, that seems kind of cheesy, Yeah. And that was 1997. I started with Advanced Star. Instantly met a young lady named Darlene Mattoon, a couple of rows away from me. People are looking ahead at this, who that is.
Yeah.
And I remember I went over, I thought she kept trying to use my phone in my office. And I was like, okay, she must be, she's a couple of years older than me, not much. And I was like, oh, she's dressed real sharp. She must be a manager or something. She happened to be just a rep like me. And I would go over there and kind of accidentally walk by her. I think she was good looking too. I thought. So I'd accidentally go by her office at lunch. "Oh, Darlene, I didn't know you're here. You mind if I come in and talk?" And blah, blah, blah. And I asked her out, and she said no, because we work together. And they said, "Okay, well, I'll pick you up at 8," which you can't do now. I'd probably be good at HR.
I was going to say red flag everywhere.
But in 97, it was a lot looser. And she said yes. And she'll hate me for telling this story, but the first thing we went on a date to, it was a movie. I can't remember the movie. It was a bad movie. And we also went to Houlihan's. And we saw the movie. Then we went out to dinner. And I planned one on her. And she instantly, and I'm not saying, look, I don't brag about my prowess in kissing. But I planned one on her. And she instantly walked through an emergency exit and set the alarm off. So I think it was a good kiss.
Perfect.
You know?
I was going to say, hey, it was a celebratory walkout alarm sound.
It was. We got married a couple years later. We're still now. Everybody knows she's been with R&R on and off for a long time, and
Yeah.
I'm very lucky to be with her still to this day. So, two stories.
Yeah,
in one.
I was going to say, you guys are definitely two peas in a pod. Definitely, I will definitely say. And that's what I love about, you guys. I've known you guys for quite some time, and being able to work along one another and just build another relationship, outside of just, kind of vendor relationship. It's a lot different when we're on the same team. I think it's so cool. It's just full circle moment, right? And I didn't know that about you. I know you guys are married and everything, but I didn't know your whole background. And I think that that's so cool. I too met my husband at work, so I totally get it. And I think there's like some wild stat, like 70 or 80% of people actually meet their spouse at work. But I think it's a good way to actually see somebody for who they are, their work ethic, how they put themselves together. Do they show up to work? Do they not show up to work? So I think it's a really beautiful thing at the end of the day,
Yeah, I understand why companies don't want fraternization at work. I get it completely. When I was in the need for a sales rep for R&R a couple of years ago, I said, well, I'll just, when I became publisher, I'll just get Darlene. And our HR was like, no. What do you, what's the matter with you? You can't do that. And I get it.
You're like, I get it now.
For 30 off and on for like 20 years. We're not normal in a lot of ways, but definitely in this. And then finally they saw what we saw, and I'm glad they let me bring her back.
Yeah, so. That's awesome. Yeah, that's so awesome. So we've learned a lot about you. Now let's learn a little bit about the experience. Let's share about the experience. So I know you mentioned that a family business purchased a family business, but why?
I think I became a publisher just almost instantly. One of the first things Sarah Harding, my old publisher, said, hey, there's this guy, Larry Cooper. You got to meet him. He owns these shows called The Experience. Okay. We went on the call, and Larry said, hey, he kind of brought it up. I'm thinking about moving on, retiring, or from this. And started. I was like, wow, I didn't expect that. And I think that I took that information, Sarah and I took the information to our corporate, and they worked on it for a long time and finally decided to pull the trigger. The reason was to marry, I believe that as we move ahead, and it's almost 2025, we know that we all know that you just evolves. Everything evolves, definitely in B2B media.
Yeah.
I think the print medium was a blast, and everybody loved reading magazines, and it's great, but it's just not where we're going. Everything's digital now. Everything's moving on. And BNP made the decision to just, the future, the model for BNP is a brand, a digital brand, and an event to back it up. And they saw that this was an excellent brand, an excellent event or events to tie in with R&R. And it made sense. I mean, it was available. It was the show in Las Vegas is still the largest show every year, as far as attendance and everything. So that's why it was done. And a lot of sweat and tears the last couple of years trying to turn this around, turn it over, I should say. But I'm happy they did it. I wouldn't trade it for anything the last few years.
I would definitely say too, right? Evolution, everything evolves over time. And I think even when Larry and his family had the show, right, it evolved over time. And now that it's a BNP event, it will evolve too. Some of the same key pieces will stay, right? Like the hands-on sessions, the in-court, class sessions, tracks occasionally, and I think we will evolve it over time because the industry is evolving. That's the other thing, right? The industry drives how our event acts, feels, and looks at the end of the day, because that's who the event's for. And I think it's cool going from family to family because there's just a different meaning and a different drive, around that. Because anybody could have purchased it at the end of the day, right? Anybody could have purchased it.
Yeah. My hat's off to the Henderson family and our company for pulling the trigger. And it wasn't $20 either. There's a nice amount of money they spent on this. So I think it was worth it, and I'm glad they did. If somebody asked me, what is a lot of people ask me what's different between spring and fall. Everybody asks that, but I prefer to talk about what sets the whole experience apart. And it's just the sheer dense amount of content we provide. it's just so many tracks, so many sessions, so many speakers. Restoration Pavilion, Cleaning Pavilion, they have sessions with Lisa Lavender and Sean Vision doing their thing back there. I've been to a bunch of trade shows in our industry. They're all great. I'm not going to badmouth any of them because I always have a great time and learn a lot when I go. We have so much more. We have so much more content than all of them, not combined, but all of them. And that's simply what sets it apart. If you want to learn something, if you want to get your hands dirty and figure out how to do this and that, you go to the experience. If you want to learn at a higher level how we're going to help my business grow by doing better marketing and business management, go to the experience. And I think that that's always going to be that way.
Yeah, I definitely think too, the beauty of all this is every event has something to offer, right? Yeah. And just like you said, every event has pros and cons and all of that. But I think the beauty of what we do is what you just said. There is a variety of educational opportunities in session. Not only are we in the classroom setting, we're actually hands-on, right? You get that opportunity to watch, learn, and maybe even participate in some hands-on stuff, right? I think that's the other thing. Some people learn by having hands-on opportunities, and that's how connections are made too, right? I think the name is the experience, and we want you to have a great experience, right? It's all about your experience when you're attending.
Yeah. Barry, I'm gonna go back to a question you asked about 15 minutes ago, but it's fitting here too. So when I went to the experience in September 2023, we weren't taking it over as Larry's last event, being in charge. We were there, we owned it, but they were running it. And I was sitting in the team room, and Barry Costa, the legendary Barry Costa, walks in, and he had about a 2x2 carpet rug sample with a bunch of fake dog poop on it. I go, Larry, Barry, you're so funny. Where'd you get that fake dog poop? He goes, this is my dog's poop. What do you mean? With Barry, he's walking around. And then you think about it, actually, he's going to do a session on cleaning your rugs, and that's, pets do that.
It happens. Yeah.
Right. But so he was the second guest on Unlocking the Experience at Trade Talks almost a year ago to the day right now. And we had him on, and I said, hey, you have any interesting experience stories you got for me? Because I was hoping he'd say something. I would say, I'll tell you what my favorite experience story was. I was talking about the poop, right?
Yeah.
It was a setup. But Barry went on to say, and I'm sure he doesn't mind, this is public, so he doesn't mind me saying this. He goes, no, when I do have a very good experience. This is about 15 years ago. His child, who was younger, got cancer and died. And they went to Larry, to his credit, gave him an agenda spot on the agenda, a speaking spot. And Barry came out and did the entire eulogy he did at the funeral for that. And he said, I don't know if any other show would allowed me to do that, but the experience did. And then I realized that we all have our families. This is Barry talking. We all have our families, but the experience and the people that come to the experience, this industry, those are my family too. And I don't want to not see them 2 times a year. I want to see them every time I get. And I was like, I was really.
It's so sad. It's so heartwarming at the same day. Yeah.
I tell you this, I didn't tell my stupid poop joke. I know that after that, but I mean,
you're like, I cannot follow that with that. Gosh.
But he hit the nail right on the head, and that's it. And that's the family thing, the aspect of this. And everybody knows each other, and everybody comes, and it's a big party. We have a good time, and I think that is one thing that this will always be about. We don't, we don't charge millions of dollars to buy a booth. The rates are reasonable. The rates are this and that. So we don't have a bunch of flashy stuff. But we have a party. It's fun, and it's a good time, and people learn stuff. And at the end of the day, I think that's the most important thing when you're going to business or living. You got to keep learning, right, Kayla?
Yeah, 100%. And I think you said it best. We do have show time, we do have education, we do have a party, but most importantly, that party celebrates everybody in the industry, right? I think we give away some fun awards both in the spring and the fall, right? There's some key awards. Women in Restoration will be awarded at the Spring Experience in Punta Gorda. So Punta Gorda, back in Florida. Oh, I rhymed. Yep. Definitely not a rapper by any means. But why should somebody come to the show in Punta Gorda?
Well, we did I'm working with you to get started on the agenda this year. And I'm assisting you. Is what I'm doing. You did a great job. And by the way, is another Florida thing. Yeah, it sounds like Punta Gorda. You think it's Punta Gorda because Florida, And I'm a Floridian, so I can make fun of us.
Yeah.
So Come to Punta Gorda because this is good. I tell you what, this is a new session. We have 3 tracks this time. It's going to be condensed and it's going to be targeted on nothing but education. Get down here. It's about a half-hour flight drive from Fort Myers Airport, where I fly into it all the time. It's as we discussed a few minutes ago. You're not going to get the education anywhere else as you're going to get at this event right now. And that goes for all experience events, but this one's going to be even more micro and targeted, which is exciting.
Well, I was going to say too, I think that's the beauty of this, right? It's very focused. We know what's going on in the industry. We know where the pain points are in the industry, and we have the ability to capitalize on that and help one another. And not only that, we know that things evolve. And so we're able to learn from everybody who attends the experience. Like, hey, we need to have more of this, or hey, this was great. Maybe it should be a longer session. I think that's the other thing that really differentiates us as well. It's a very personal experience. We're able to take the feedback. And of course, that's how we evolve. That's how we make the event worthwhile, worth attending. And again, evolution. And not to mention, it's a very family-friendly spot, right? It's going to be a beautiful time of the year. Spring break might even be falling around that time, and I want to circle back to, you said it's Punta Gorda, and I think that's one of those things. Wherever you live, right? I live in Nevada. When people say Nevada, people here go absolutely bonkers, but again, in the South, I think there's a Nevada, Missouri, if I'm not mistaken. I lived in Arkansas, but that's how they pronounce it. Nevada. It's not Nevada. Yeah. So I think, everybody has their quirks, and I have been saying Punta Gorda because, well, I'm from the West Coast. So, that's how we enunciate here.
Punta Cana for vacation. Right. That's my hometown making fun of Florida thing. I think that speaking of Florida, though, early April is beautiful, beautiful. Mm-hmm. The snowbirds tend to leave just after Easter. So April, it's no longer chilly. Look, today it's 52 degrees here. Okay. I talked to a friend of mine in Chicago this morning. It was 8. She doesn't want to hear about it, but it's for here. It's chilly. That's why everybody comes down in the winter. It's mild and nice. April, it starts ticking up again. It'll be in the 80s. It'll be sunny. It won't be a million degrees like July, but it'll be just right. And if you want to get up there with the kids and come down and have a good time, this is a place. We have, I think, 4 hotels on the rotation for to stay with too. All nice, all pretty new. 3 of them within walking distance of the convention center. One of them is the fabulous Sunseeker Resort, which is just over the bridge, a mile away. And you could maybe parlay it into a vacation too with the family if you'd like.
I was gonna say, you just got to stay there recently, right? And it was beautiful. Yeah. Experience was great. I think, you sent me great pictures of, hey, this is where we're gonna be. I can see it from where I am, and I think it's just so refreshing to be. Some people are gonna be coming from the snow. Let's be real, and just to have, even a 70-degree day, I think is going to be refreshing. And so, I'm looking forward to it. I haven't been to Florida in quite some time, and I know they're still cleaning up in that area, right? They were recently affected, but not so bad like some of the other areas, but they're ready for us. They've said they are ready for us. So don't have any reservations about, how is it going to be? They're ready. They're so ready for us, and we're ready for them too. So I know
I can tell you firsthand, that's fine. Especially the Punta Gorda Charlotte Harbor is fine.
Yeah. You were out there right after and right before too, weren't you? So, you can fly in and out and all of that. And I think that's the beauty of Florida, right? They are ready and they know, okay, we have to turn this around, right? I think that's the one thing. Like, if something like that hit like California or Nevada, it'd be a different story. We're not ready for that, Yeah,
it's a way of life down here. I'll briefly tell a quick story. I was at the Violand event from our friends from Violand Management, and there's this old saying down here in Florida. It's a way of life, unfortunately, in the summertime. You don't panic about hurricanes until I can't remember his name, but I'm looking until Jim Cantore shows up and the Waffle House closes, right? Then we got problems.
It's serious.
So I remember the last hurricane came through, and I saw this is Jim Cantore recording live from Sunseeker Resort. I'm like, oh no, this isn't ideal at all. And luckily, it was fine. Cool restoration story about that. And we talked about that. It was built last year, but it's built to withstand a Category 5, and it did just that. This big storm came through, and a little flooding in the garage, but who cares? So anyway, side note.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's normal though too, right? I think here in Vegas, if we get even maybe an inch of rain that's falling very heavily, everything on the strip floods. It goes through the Lynx parking garage. normal, I will say, for us, right? And it's just, you just adapt.
Yeah.
And, speaking of that, being hurricane resistant, if you wanted to ever, essentially be there or withstand a category 5, hey, you know where to stay.
There's reasons why Florida is a big deal in restoration, right?
Yeah.
The drying, all of it. And they go through that sadly every year, a few times. So, and that's why we wanted to come back. And the people said we want to go back to Florida. They all want to come back to Florida.
True. I was just going to say
We found a place that in Florida we can take them this year. So hopefully they'll be happy.
Yeah, I think so. And I think what better place to be and talk about all of the elements, right? Mold, water, fire, all those things. I think, gosh, what a great place. Not only is it beautiful, you're talking about and talking with people who actually know that space, see it on a regular basis. It's nothing out of the ordinary for them, right? Speaking of which, we are going to be announcing probably after this or before this airs some agenda stuff, right? So looking into the agenda, I know we over the years we've talked about how it is cleaning and restoration, and sometimes, we don't get the opportunity to lock in some pretty heavy hitters for cleaning and restoration. But good news, I will not name names, but I will definitely say both keynotes are industry specific. One is very oriented with cleaning. However, we're going to discuss the process of making a career, right? And the importance of how everything interconnects and interrelates. And then we do have a panel for restoration, which I think if you are in the Florida area or even on the East Coast that does have, some unfortunate circumstances with catastrophes, this would be the place for you to be, right? I think we worked really hard on this agenda. Looking back, I think we did, and it's going to show at the end of the day how hard we did work on it and how important feedback is and how we want people to enjoy it. Right? They're coming out of the field. The least we can do is make sure that it's something that they truly enjoy.
Last year, one of my goals in the 1 year I was running it solo was we want to balance all those great leaders that speak a lot of the experience versus new faces and new names, which are so many. And I was so proud that the 4 keynote speakers that on my watch they'd never been a keynote before. We had two market leaders, Leighton Healy and Garrett Gray, of course, from CoreLogic in the Vegas, but Mr. Violand and to represent the business management and restoration side, and Jim Pemberton, the legendary Jim Pemberton, the cleaning. And yeah, it's important that moving forward, and you did a beautiful job of this. And you say we, and I appreciate that, but really you did this of getting some real good cleaning and restoration representation, because we always jokingly say all the cleaning, not joking, it's true. All the cleaning people I talk to think it's just a restoration show, and all the restoration people think it's just a cleaning show. So we got to work doubly hard to make sure everybody's represented, because it's both. And I think you did a great job. And you did a great job on that. And you did a great job. You're going to do a great job on this show too. If I could circle this back, I think I'm so happy that you decided to resurrect this. I had a lot of fun meeting people. And if you're a leader and you're coming to the experience, you've had an experience, Kayla's going to give you a call. Trust me. And you get to bare your soul in front of everybody like I just did, which is, it's not so tough. It was fun.
And it's okay to ask me hot seat questions too. I truly don't mind. I think there's a lot that people don't know about me. And I think that's the beautiful thing. It's a conversation starter. We're always learning new things about one another. So thank you for passing me the torch and, really trusting me. You had no reservations about bringing it back or anything like that. So speaking of that, what advice do you have for me in carrying out this series?
Oh God, I don't know. I didn't think of that one. Well, advice for you, I think, you know what? I just be yourself. Don't be afraid to ask hard questions. People want to, don't be afraid to ask hard questions, but in the same token, make sure people know kind of what you're going to ask, and they don't want to be completely taken off guard. As we talked about at the beginning of this, people love talking about themselves, and the fact that they're big leaders in the industry is fine, because they're going to talk about cool stuff and get people to know them. Just make sure you diversify your guests, and make sure you just have fun. People are way too stressed these days, man. Just have fun. Make sure they answer the question about something odd about themselves, because that gets a lot of laughs going.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourself. We had a lot of, listen, large loss, hurricane hurricanes, we have a lot of serious issues we deal with in this industry. Here's a chance for an hour a week. You could have a lot of laughs and fun. Take advantage of it.
Yeah, I was definitely
How's
going to say it's nice to humanize things, right? Like you said, just be yourself. I mean, most times we do have our business hat on, and just if we can take that hour, 30 minutes, whatever the case may be, and just be a human and maybe still have the professional hat on, but just be a person, right? I think that's the biggest thing, is allowing people to be a person. With that being said, any last closing words? I'm sure you'll probably be on again. Maybe I'll yank you over here again, but any last words?
I'll always be happy to do whatever you want for you and Darlene and the brand. Well, as I told, last words are, as I told everybody when I left as publisher of R&R last year, I want to thank everybody for just letting me play in their sandbox. This has been fun. I learned so much. And I think that this is a great industry. Like we said, everybody gets into this industry. You want to make money and have a good business, of course. But the root of it is you want to go help people. And don't ever lose that fire and that spirit, and you'll be great. And just thanks. Thanks to everybody. Yeah, you'll see me again. I'll be in Punta Gorda.
Yeah,
for sure.
He'll be in Punta
As long as Darlene's around,
I'll
I'll be
probably
around.
be in Las Vegas as well. Don't let him fool you.
I'll be around, of course, for sure.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, is you said it best. We're all thankful for everything that everybody does day in and day out, and we're just a small piece, right? I think us here, we're a small piece, but they're the driving force, and it allows us to learn and love what we do every day. And the least we can do is host a fabulous event to show thanks, but also contribute to their future and even more success than they've already seen. So with that being said, please make sure you make the plans to attend the Experience Convention April 8th through 10th at the Charlotte Harbor Convention Center. And it's in Punta Gorda, Florida. You can register now through our website at rnrmagonline.com. On the top search bar, you'll see Experience. And of course, you can always find these R&R videos and podcasts on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify. So if you haven't already, please feel free to leave us a quick review, ask questions, like and follow us on social media. And thank you again, Michael. I appreciate it. This was Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Thank you for joining.
I want to welcome a special guest today, Brian Sanchez, who is the owner of Telic International. Sounds like a big name, sounds like a big company, but Brian, tell us a little bit about you and your company just to get us started.
Hey, good morning, Lance. Thank you for having me today. So again, my name is Brian Sanchez. I am the owner of Telic International. Telic International was founded in August 2019. It's funny how it started. It was more of a situation how the company got started. So basically, one day I was talking to a friend who owned a painting company, and we were discussing. He was a longtime friend, and what happened was he was upset one day. He told me what happened, and basically what happened was he was like a one-man shop, right? He was the owner and basically did sales, did everything himself. So what happened was he was with a client, turning in a project that he had finished, and he had a missed call. So after he finished with the project, he returned the call. It was a prospect basically calling back. It was around a $50,000 project that he missed because he missed that one call. So when he spoke with the person calling, they were like, "Oh, we found someone else. Sorry, too bad, so sad." So obviously he was upset, and then I have a pretty big background in call center operations and everything else. So I was like, oh my God, this could be an opportunity to where, remote services can be geared towards, small, medium-sized businesses. A lot of people think that this type of service is only geared to big companies, right? So this is how I started. I started thinking about what could I do to help small businesses, achieve their goals, reduce payroll costs and be more efficient.
Well, let me ask you a question then. What kind of specific services do you? Because I thought it was more of a communications company, but it sounds like it's a lot more than that.
Yes, so we do anything remote services that could be seen as administrative, any back office. So we do anywhere from inbound, outbound call handling, graphic design, marketing, social media, billing, anything that you could think of that anybody can do in an office, we can do, but obviously in a virtual environment.
Sure. Well, you mentioned a minute ago the painting industry. You know, you were working with a painter. How would your services work with like us in the restoration and assessment for indoor air quality industry?
So the nice thing about what we do is what our niche or emphasizes is getting the right people to the right client, right? So our onboarding process is very in detail to match our employees to our customers. So obviously the customer will tell us what background they want per se, but the customers would have to kind of train him on their internal SOPs and procedures that they have. But overall, we can basically service and cater to companies across any industry. Yeah, so.
Okay, so like we have a lot of specific things in our industry with testing, processing supply, samples, things like that. I guess your people could be trained to help out with some of that.
Absolutely. We've had customers that we've done data entry and in a lab environment, a medical environment. We also have some customers in the restoration business as well. So yeah, we can definitely cater any company across the board as long as is some of the back office duties that we just spoke about.
All right, I'll put you on the spot here a little bit. I mean, in the restoration business, we got a lot of challenges. There's a lot of competition out there. There's a lot of stuff that's happening very quickly. You're dealing with people in emergency situations. How do you like see your company and your people fitting in, helping with that?
So the great thing about like I said, our business is we cater, right? So we can work 24/7 as long as on the onboarding process they tell us, okay, look, we need you from this time to that time. We have internal supervisors and team leads that can assist the client oversee and manage the employees as well. Like I said, it's all about the training, but we also have the ability to run reports, call reports, KPIs to make sure that everything is geared and in line with the customer's expectations.
Well, I'm sure you've noticed that the world has gotten very small recently, and we're dealing with people all over the country. We do a lot of international work. Do you guys cover any other languages or just English based?
No, we do English. We also do Spanish and Portuguese as well.
Okay. Any plans on any future languages?
Well, I'm open to it. Honestly, especially we're based down here in South Florida. You know, our number one request is more Spanish than anything else. But we're definitely open. If anybody has a need for another language, we can definitely explore that and try to accommodate that customer as well.
Are most of these people bilingual at this point? So we're dealing with English, Spanish, English, Portuguese, and so on.
Yes, sir. Correct. Yeah, everybody in our company employees are both bilingual, English, Spanish, or English, Portuguese.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the competition that you're facing. I mean, I'm sure there's other companies out there that do something similar. What makes you like I want to say the pinnacle, or what's really the best out there?
Yeah, so that's a good question, Lance. So one of the main things that we do is, you know, there's obviously a lot of competition out there, but what we do is, again, we want to put the right employee and match them with the right customer. So our onboarding and our recruiting process is different. So let me explain to you in a nutshell how we do things. Number one, we're confident on our talent with our employees. So what we do is we handle month-to-month contracts. We don't have customers sign a 6-month or a year contract to where customers might feel, oh, I'm going to be tied to the company. What if it doesn't work out? I'm going to have to pay a fee. No, with us, it's a month-to-month because, again, we want you or the customer to feel, you know, okay, if it doesn't work, you know, next month, I won't continue, and that's it. So we do month-to-month renewables with the contracts. That's number one. Number two, when we recruit candidates, what we do is we send 5 resumes at a time to the client. The client will review those resumes after we validate them, obviously, and they do a second interview with whoever they want to speak with. So that way, the customer has has a part on the recruiting and the onboarding process to see, obviously you want to see if the people match, if you the feeling on the person, the personality. That's a big thing when you hire someone. So we want the customer to be part of that process, right? And then, like I said, once we do that, and let's say we assign an employee with the customer, if for some reason that person doesn't work out, or the client says, look, I want someone else, we'll change them, and we'll start the onboarding process with another set of candidates without any fees, no penalties, nothing. Also, just one thing more to add is the customer can add and decrease any type of employee that they want on a month-to-month basis. So, for example, Lance, you have a company, you start with 2 people, but your workload starts to increase, and you say, hey, Brian, I need 5 people for the next couple months. Okay, you'll have the 5 people, and then after that, if you need to decrease, we'll decrease them, and that's it. So we're very flexible. As long as you give us some leeway, we try to tell customers to give us at least 10 days before the end of the month if they want to increase or decrease the number of employees. So a lot of the competition, they don't do that. A lot of competition, they want you to sign a 1-year contract. They want to tie you in, and that's it. So that's pretty much our competitive advantage over other companies. And also, is like I said, is a dedicated employee. A lot of people that I've talked to, for example, people in the Philippines, someone told me that they tried the service. They're actually one of my customers now. And when he tried it at the beginning, it was a few years back. And he told me, it's like, one day I would have one person, the next day I would have another one. So, you know what I'm saying? So you'll have your employee, you'll train him, it's your employee, and we'll manage it as we go.
Okay. Well, we have a lot of one-man operations up to large franchise companies to licensing companies and everything in between. So, I mean, from what you've been doing, and more specifically to the restoration industry, any kind of success stories? Anything you can let us know about without divulging any secrets?
Oh, no, yeah, absolutely. Like I said, we've had customers, we had one client that we had 27 employees working with them for 3 months doing billing. They needed to get billing. They had a deadline. We were able to help them. Again, that month-to-month contract was good for the customer. And our goal, like I said, is to help businesses, small, medium-sized businesses, achieve their goals, grow and everything else. And look, maybe they'll start with someone like us as a remote employee. Down the road, if they're more financially stable, or they grow to a certain level and they want to have people inside the office, that's okay. We want just to help the customers achieve their goals and grow. Again, like I said, we have also people doing sales. We have a client that, he's had, over 150% growth on sales, because we have a couple of employees on the phone. And when they have leads, right then and there, they call the leads. There's no lag time on when the lead is received. So, yeah, it's definitely, it's been a success, a proven success throughout the years that we've been in business.
You just said something that caught my attention. You used the phrase "in the office." Are you a remote-only company, or do you provide local manpower too?
We are a remote-only company. Now, if there's a client that needs call center services, for example, they need, instead of 1 or 2 people for admin work, if they need an actual call center, we can definitely assist with that as well.
Do you do anything with emergency operations, like a disaster like Florida gets a major hurricane or something, and we need a large call center set up? Is that something you can do as a one-off, or does it have to be contracted out long-term?
No, we can definitely do that as a one-off. Actually, a few years back, we had a client that we were doing the actual overnight answering service. So after they close, we manned the phones, late at night and early in the morning, just in case they had an emergency. We definitely were able to staff for that as well.
Okay. Well, within your industry, I'm sure there's a lot of very positive comments and success stories, but I'm sure there's a lot of misconceptions out there too about, like you had mentioned before, about companies trying to lock you in for a year and stuff like that. Where do you stand on that kind of stuff, or what do you see?
Well, a lot of the companies, number one, they're they're stuck in sometimes in the mentality that they need to have someone in the office to oversee and everything else. Obviously, increasing payroll cost, overhead. But I think after COVID, it kind of opened the eyes to a lot of people that remote work is number one, reduces cost. Obviously, in office space, overhead, and payroll cost. But again, it's a proven success over the years. And yeah, like I said, a lot of people think that, and that's the thing, like you said, it's a long-term commitment, right? They're afraid. They say, okay, oh, and by the way, all of our employees are background checked. That's another one. People think, oh, they're going to handle some, confidential information and everything else. All of our employees are background checked. Obviously, we're liable for our employees. So yeah, so basically, I don't see any downturn on any of that.
Well, what I've seen, and I'm sure most of our members and people watching this have seen, is over the years, especially since COVID, a lot of people started remote working. And that was always a bad thing, at least in the corporate mind. We can't control our people. We don't see what they're doing. And then all of a sudden they realized they were getting just as much work done. Their people weren't as tired with all the commuting, and they were saving a fortune on office space.